game phase.
Welcome. And I'm about to do a stream that's a little different to the usual streams because this time we'll be looking exclusively at the Amstrad CPC, a computer I grew up with. Usually on these streams I do a variety of platforms, mainly arcade stuff and a few other little bits and pieces, but occasionally I do a special stream looking at a specific platform, and that is what today is going to be. I've done, say, Spectrum ones before, I've done Dragon 32 ones before, and today is the time of the Amstrad CPC, the whole family, the 464, the 6128, and everything in between, the GX4000 console even. And anyway, so we've got a few people in the chat. We've got Adam Garcia, welcome Adam, and we've got Aussie Guy, I hope you're both doing very well. We've got Paul Henderson as well saying evening, so welcome Paul, I hope you're doing well too. We've got Eugene Cruz asking for a bit of help with match point on the Sinclair QL. I'm not that familiar with the QL, unfortunately. And we've got the Leviathan Eternal. I'm not very good at saying that. So, and yes, it's time for Stormlord on the CPC, which was your request, a levy in my Discord, I believe. So yeah, I'm going to be doing MAME for the most part, but I know a lot of these things aren't going to run very well in MAME. I'll show you what they do in MAME, but then we'll switch to WinApe for the ones that are problematic, and we're going to see that pretty early on because I want to try and do older games mixed with newer games, and there's some really good new developments that I want to show for the CPC, and just MAME doesn't handle them, so it's still the way it is. And we've got Wolfhouse Workout saying great song. Yes, there are a lot of good AY chip tunes on the CPC and the Spectrum. I mean, the composers were fantastic. We've got GP as well. Welcome, GP. I know what you're going to be requesting in a bit, GP. I believe it's got the word heat and red in it, not in that order. We've got Mr. Fun Guy 66 as well, and welcome. Yes, I'm back on YouTube after a brief Twitch stream the other day. I just wanted to make sure my Twitch was still working, and it is working, so I'm kind of glad it is, so I can potentially do Twitch stuff in the future. And we had a comment about the sound earlier, didn't we? I think there was a comment saying, Adam Garcia saying it sounds like the Master System and Game Boy Color music in the background. I mean, the chips aren't the same as the Master System or the Game Boy Color. This is AY, which is kind of what the Specky and the CPC used, and the Atari ST used a variation of it too, and a lot of arcade games as well. AY was everywhere. Things like Bomb Jack and Arkanoid used versions of it. I think some of them used the Yamaha version, which is a little bit different. Like I think the Atari ST did as well, but basically the same type of chip and the same sort of sound. And Bomber Matt's here too. Welcome, Bomber Matt. And so, am I insane? who is insane here? Anyway, Leviathan Eternal. Twitch is fine, but the VODs do get deleted at some time. I can back them up onto YouTube if I want, but I'm probably going to repeat a lot of what I did on that Twitch stream on YouTube at some point in the future. That was kind of just an hour-long test stream just to get a few things out there and show them off and prepare for maybe another stream. So we have a couple of viewers. Well, we have a fair few. We have 13 viewers apparently at the moment, so that's always good to get a couple of people on here. So I'm going to now change to a couple of new viewers, hopefully. I'm going to change to this view, which is my traditional sort of board like a TV view. Now this is Stormlord from Houston, Raphael Checo, or however you pronounce it, game. And this is the Amstrad Action cover tape version from 1993, which has a little bit of censorship because the game is quite controversial. You see the black box over the lady there. Yes, the original game does not have that black box. And this did come out on the Genesis, and those ports were censored. Not censored like this, they were censored in a slightly better way. I think she was actually wearing something on those. So this is one of those games that is known for being ridiculously difficult. I mean, look at that. Look at those enemies. Look, I've got to get down there and kill them without getting killed. Oh, they'll kill themselves, that's okay then. So, Extreme Wreck as well, welcome. So we'll see how far I get on this. I think the answer might be not very far because, well, as you can see, I'm already rapidly losing lives. Because like many of these games, it doesn't start you off gently. And look at the arc of your shots as well. You can't just like duck and fire at things on the ground. You've got this arc shot which goes everywhere. I'm missing a key. Was I going to get a key? I think I was. Well, this is a good start to me playing this game, isn't it? But anyway, so yeah, you have to find keys and open doors, and clearly that was not the way to go immediately. So look, I'm already on my last life. So if we go this way, I think we're going to find, maybe we get a bit further? I don't know. Now, the guy who programmed this did a lot of good games. Things like Cybernoid, there's a key. Cybernoid and Exelon, which we may look at later. So now I have a key, you see. That's where I should have gone at first to get the key. We can't jump over there. And I think we're meant to get to various characters and rescue them. All these games require very precise platforming. It's something you don't get in modern games. Is this level of precision that is required just to get anywhere. There's no sound. Sorry. I turned the sound down, didn't I? There we go. Sorry, I turned the sound down to speak. Just have some nice sounds. There, you've got the sound back now. How loud do we want it? Is this okay? So yeah, sorry, I did turn the sound down while I was doing the intro, so it wasn't too loud. So you can hold down fire for this dagger shot, which may be what we need to do. I'm going the wrong way again. It's one of those games which tricks you because you have to start off by going left. You know, Shadow of the Beast like to do that too, didn't it? A famous example. Because, you know, you sort of assume the games go right, but no. You love the Bizarro 2600 sounds. It's amazing how many people who didn't grow up with AY-based systems that much compare them to, you know, platforms they did know. And to me, this is very distinctively AY and only AY. Nothing else sounds like this. But I suppose if you didn't grow up, how on earth are you meant to deal with these things? If you didn't grow up with like the Spectrum and CPC, then you may not have heard the AY chip that much. I suppose it's like the SID on the C64. If you didn't grow up with the C64, you probably didn't hear much about the SID. And this is teleports us, I think, back to know where we were at the start. So yeah, we get that. We get that angel, and then we go back. I think. Do we go back? Yeah, go back. Usually, the AY in the arcades. Yes, I do not. I'm not the best at games. I think this is a well-known fact. So how do we get this one? Is this going to kill me? Yeah, they're going to kill me. Get it in. And it's not one of my streams unless I forget to turn the sound on or forget to turn the mic up. But yeah, I bet the umbrella would have helped there, wouldn't it? So you can only carry one object at a time. They have different purposes. Now there's eggs falling from the sky. And that's the golden eggs falling from the sky. All games like to kill you. If the eggs land, they hatch, and then they turn into those nasty flying things, and they kill you. And yeah. And it never stops. So, what's the betting on me actually getting anywhere in this game? I mean, Cybernoid, I can do all right. This one, should have probably sat down and watched a long play first, shouldn't I? We'll get past that if we're careful. You have to be almost frame precise on when you decide to jump or move. As is the case with so many of these 8-bit games, you know, because they didn't have enough memory to make huge games in many cases, they just made sure what they had was ridiculously difficult. As you can see. Anyway, this was, I mean, this was around the time we were starting to see games become quite controversial. I mean, early 90s, but I don't think there was an official rating system in place at this point anywhere. So, I mean, I think games like Mortal Kombat ended up forcing us to have a rating system, but before that, not so much. No, I've got the umbrella, which clearly does not help with those. They still kill me. And I can't shoot them. What am I meant to do with these? I don't get it. I'm clearly missing something. Now you have to go a bit further to get something else to get past those without dying. I'm just going to run for it. Sometimes in these games, running for it is the best strategy because it does not give things chance to spawn. There we go. We've got another key. We can jump over here. But yeah, this is why it can be quite difficult for streamers wanting to do content for these systems. Is there a way I can use this umbrella to do something? Obviously, I need that key. I can't blast those enemies. I don't know how I'm going to get that key without dying. I think I'm missing something in terms of the gameplay rules here. I'm not sure what. It's the skull. I can't get past the skull. But I'm sure if I can just keep going. Yeah, I mean, there were quite a lot of disturbing games back then. Oh, and even the plants kill. Everything wants to kill you in this game. That's another item. I've got this H thing. What does the pot do? It's a honey pot, isn't it? So that probably works with these flies or bees. So does this protect me from those? Is this how I get this? But then I've got to get... No, it doesn't. So there is something I'm not understanding this game or the general rules of this game. Because clearly I'm not just meant to die repeatedly. There must be some sort of strategy here. Not even further that way. Well, if I made a stream of Spectrum, Sharp MZ700 and Texas Instruments. I mean, Spectrum is a stream on its own. I've done a Spectrum stream before. There's so many Spectrum games. It's another system I grew up with. Sharp MZ700, I don't know much about. Texas Instruments, I've covered some of them before. I don't think I've done a dedicated TI stream, but the TI is a really good platform, so I could do a dedicated TI stream. Actually, I can just go over the top here, can't I? Avoid the ground. That makes more sense. So, there we go. I've got a bit further without dying. But yeah, the Texas... I'd quite like to do a dedicated Texas stream, and possibly another Spectrum stream, because when I did the Spectrum stream back in the day, like a few years ago, MAME Spectrum emulation was not great. There's honey here too. Is it honey? But... I don't get how you use it. And now MAME Spectrum emulation, as long as you're not doing disk-based stuff, is right up there with the rest. So I'm sure this honey is meant to attract the flies or the bees. But I don't seem to have any way of putting it down. It's not. Or if I put it here. Oh, that's how you do it. Okay, you can only swap the items. That makes sense now. Okay, yeah, got it. Chiller's an interesting one. The CPC version of Chiller is infamously broken. You can't complete the last level that you can play is purposely designed so you can't complete it because the level after that's not even programmed. I've done the C64 version of Chiller before because that's one of the ones that's kind of famous because there's two different versions of it with different music. Because originally it sounded like Michael Jackson's Thriller song, didn't it? And then they changed it for obvious reasons. I'm still fading down this thing. The MSX is probably your favourite. The MSX is a difficult one to cover at times because there are so many of them. That's one of the things I do notice with the MSX is there are... well, there's the MSX, there's the MSX2. So, I've got the honey, but where do I put the honey? Or... these... I need to get these to come to the honey, don't I? But where's the nearest object to swap it with? I can't just put objects down wherever I want them. I can't just swap it. Did I make a mistake in picking something up already? Have I ruined my chances without trying? There's a key there that I need. So with that... also there's a strict time limit. Yeah, the MSX2 Plus had a few good games. MAME's MSX2 Plus emulation did improve recently. But I don't think we do the Turbo R. I think MAME's Turbo R support doesn't exist. So that's a shame because there are some good Turbo R games. But the Turbo R CPU is... well, it's not really a Z18 mill. It's highly custom and... you know, everything is a bit different. How do you get past that without losing? Feud was on the Amstrad CPC, and I think Feud is the best. The CPC version is the best version of Feud, actually, if you ask me. So Feud is on my list of possible games to look at. It's the most colourful version. It's the version that seems to, I think, play the best too. The Spectrum version is up there. Yeah, there's not quite as much on the MSX2 and even less on the Plus. I mean, the base MSX kind of looks like a lot of other systems. The CPC, the 6128 had burning rubber. Oh, the platform got me again. The Plus, no, sorry, the Plus machines had burning rubber. The Plus machines were newer hardware, which adds a few things, changes a few things. What's going on? I'm going to run out of time again, because that day-night cycle there is your timer. And, I got lost at this point. I don't remember where I'm going. This is where I've been. I think I've seen the Sharp MZ700 port of Space Harry. Is that the one that's pretty much done like an ASCII game? Yeah, I've got completely lost and I'm wasting all my time. Yeah, Feud is great. The only thing... the weird thing for me with Feud, I remember them back in the day, and I've got this weird false memory of it having a two-player feature, and it never did. And then you're thinking it would be an ideal game to have a link-up play two-player mode, but it doesn't. I'm surprised nobody has sort of remade Feud and just added two-player mode. Because it would be really, really good with a two-player mode. It's really good anyway, but you know, playing against friends rather than the AI would add even more to that game. This game is tough. There's no two ways about it. This game wants you dead. Yeah, Konami on the MSX was a good one, wasn't it, Vimana? And sorry, I'm reading comments without welcoming people in. So welcome to all the new arrivals. Yeah, I made the mistake of getting that umbrella first when I really need to get the object over the honeypot over here and then get the umbrella, because 8-bit game design is mean. You can easily just, you know, get an object you don't want and that's it. You can't get it. So there we go. Oh, then you've got to go. You've got to time your run under those as well after doing that. See, it's a tough game. It's tough games. We will move on shortly. I'm probably going to die again very, very soon. I didn't want to do that, did I? No, because I use my key on that door when I don't need to use that door, because that's the door I need to complete the level. The game is trying to trick you at every moment, even on the first stage. Yeah, it's typical Euro design, really. It's mean. It lets you do things that will mean you can't complete the level on purpose. It's got a puzzle element to it. Like then, I opened the door I didn't need to open, which meant I couldn't actually finish the level. Also, the time was really strict and I ran out of time. But this was Stormlord. As an 8-bit game, it's really good. I can understand why on the 16-bit platforms it got quite a bad reception, because this design is very much 8-bit platformy design, and you know, if you grew up with the 8-bit, you expected it. If you had a Mega Drive, it's like, no, this is not what we want in our game design. Yeah, I'll have to research the MSX a bit more. Yes, let's quit out of that one. Right. The next one does not run well in MAME. I will show you what it does in MAME, or, you know, for the record, this is one of the best new homebrews on the system. And this is Pinball Dreams, but I'm going to show you it in MAME first, just so you can see how badly it runs. So, it does recommend original hardware and an original monitor. The game name's not that. Already corruption on the zooming there. This is obviously an unofficial port of the Amiga game, a very famous Amiga game. The flickering here is actually correct-ish. I think the alignment's wrong, but it's meant to flicker, just the alignment's wrong for some reason. But they're trying to give the illusion of more colours, so it's not quite right still. It's like almost a fake interlace effect. And then the scroller's got loads of flickering mess and doesn't work properly. So we'll skip that. And then we can change the disc to side B. And you'll suddenly see it gets even worse. BG Games, the people who made it. So I'll set the first table, and you know, this is as far as MAME manages to get with Pinball Dreams. It will load the table and crash. You cannot play the CPC port of Pinball Dreams in MAME, which is why for this stream we have WinApe on standby. WinApe is, I think WinApe was last updated in 2016, so it's not a modern emulator, but it is a trusty old CPC emulator with a lot of good development features, and it does run pretty much all the software without any major issues. So to show off Pinball Dreams on the CPC, we will use WinApe. There will be some loading noises. So you can already see these effects work much better in WinApe. The zoom works. There's no glitching. That's properly aligned. Adventure Island is different on the MSX. It follows the original Wonder Bundle and the NES Famicom. I may have to look at MSX at some point. So already you can see WinApe is doing a far better job of emulating Pinball Dreams on the CPC. Or even the scroller works properly. So we can skip that then. And of course, this is, I usually stick to MAME for streaming, but the purpose of these streams is as much as anything to highlight the platform. So if I can't use MAME, I can't use MAME. So this is an excellent port, by the way. You know, if this had come out back in the day during those 8-bit console wars, I think this could have been a game changer. So, I mean, it is really just a scaled down 8-bit port of the game that plays every bit as well as the original. So if you played Pinball Dreams on the Amiga, you'll probably recognise the table. You know what it sounds like, you know what it looks like. And I mean, this isn't even using any of the like glitz colours or anything else. This is using stock Amstrad CPC palette. You know, it's not doing anything that would be beyond really a regular CPC. It is on disc, but you know, having a disc drive wasn't that uncommon. I think it might require 128K, but I'm not sure. It might be 164. But again, that was fairly stock stuff. It didn't need the much rarer Plus models. So, you know, BG Group, Batman Group, have done a fantastic job at this. Obviously, we used a few hardware tricks that are beyond MAME, as you saw. As soon as you tried to start the table up in MAME, it just failed. It was so rare to have a good pinball game back then. Yeah, Psycho Pinball on the Genesis is really good. Yeah, this is one hell of an achievement. I mean, there are other fantastic achievements lately too. I mean, sort of the Ayana thing, which requires a different expansion board, unfortunately, which I don't know if WinApe emulates. I know MAME doesn't emulate it. That's fantastic too, even if some would argue Specky Vision better. I'm not doing very well at the same. But, I kind of hope Batman Group also, you know, bought some of the other pinball games. Pinball Fantasies and Illusions were fantastic. I think Multi-Ball and Illusions might be asking a bit much of the CPC though, to be honest. Yeah, I wish this worked in MAME, but and until MAME's CPC emulation improves significantly, I think a lot of these are beyond it. I mean, this isn't even the most pushing it as much as some of the others, as far as I know. I mean, we may look at some of the games later that struggle in different ways. I was never as good at Dreams as I was at Illusions, unfortunately, so probably why I wish there was Illusions in here, because I could get some pretty good score on Illusions. Dreams I struggled with. But all 4 tables are here, with 8-bit renditions to the songs, with 8-bit versions of the graphics, and they all play fantastically well. I'm just making it look awkward. Pinball Illusions did. I mean, all those proper digital Illusions games, they were stylish. They played well. They had great tables. Everything about them. I mean, there was the odd table that didn't really. Odd table that didn't play as well, but. Most of them did. It's a shame the Amiga Pinball Illusions was missing a table. But at that time, the Amiga was kind of on its last legs already, so I can't blame them for not bringing one of the tables over. And of course, Pinball Dreams 2, which was a Spidersoft game, and the digital Illusions game was PC. It's not actually too bad though. I played Pinball Dreams 2. Yeah, the Jaguar Pinball Fantasies is another one of those Spidersoft ports, which doesn't really play too well, unfortunately. Spidersoft, for all their involvement, kind of just showing the difference between a studio that really knew what they were doing and a studio that was trying to port somebody else's work and not quite nailing the ball physics and not quite nailing the looks and responsiveness. So the Jaguar ports of things like... Am I a bit quiet? Getting the volume balance right is tricky on these streams. It really is. Let's turn the volume down a bit. At least... And maybe WinApe is louder than MAME, actually. That could be a thing. That might be why I had to switch to WinApe for this one. So, in fact... let's just play another ball on this table. I'm not getting very far. We'll have a look at another table. We will try and have a look at one of the other tables, but... If you're looking forward to some MAME action, we have Amstrad. But we don't even just have Amstrad, we've got WinApe. There's no MAME going on right now, GP. I'm betraying the MAME scene by resorting to WinApe. just to show off this one. Now, obviously, on real hardware, this would be running at 50 Hertz, and the scrolling is silky smooth because, you know, the PC is running like 60, the stream's 60. The scrolling isn't perfect, so keep that in mind too. This does not have jerky scrolling in any way on original hardware. It is silky smooth and even more impressive. You know, it doesn't drop any frames. I dropped the ball though. Yeah, I think that's the problem. I'm gonna have to remember whenever I bring up WinApe to turn it down a bit. So yeah, let's quit out that table. I think the menu's on this disc, isn't it? So this was from what, about 3 years ago now, I think. So we can go with steel with the second table. I mean, yeah, I don't know if I can stream at 50 frames a second. I really don't know how it all works. When you're doing MAME, you've got frame rates all over the place, and obviously nothing adapts to the frame rate. So this is obviously the sort of Wild West train themes table. It's got more of the ramps on to hit, and you've got the train sounds. You do interrupt the music, but nothing too bad. Press the wrong button. So yeah, we'll play, say, 1 credit on this one, and then we'll have another look at an older game. Maybe. Oh, come on. That wasn't very far. I know. I've got a nudge button. I could have nudged, but tilted. The ball shouldn't go straight out to play. It does have real pinball tables, and pinball. There's an element of luck, I think, unless you really want to slam the tables around. Sometimes balls just do things you don't think they're going to do. I say luck, but I guess nothing is luck unless there's an earthquake, or you know, you live near a train line and it wobbles everything, and you know, it is all precision, but like golf, I guess. If you can hit the ball within a few meters of a pin somehow. You remember them on the Amiga and ST? Yeah, they were classic games there, and this port plays every bit as good as the originals. And so if this had come out back in the day, it would have been a game changer. Anyway, that was Pinball Dreams in WinApe, because like I said, we can't really do that one in MAME. I'm going to try and show them in MAME where they fail. But if I want to play them and show them, then I have to go back to systems where they actually work, emulators where they actually work. So I've got a long list of games here. I'm going to load some off tape and some off disc. I think we'll load this one off disc. This is okay. So I'm going to try and find which version I want to load. MAME doesn't always, some of the disk images, especially the copy protected ones, MAME struggles with, so we might be running a lot of cracked images too, just because of that. But let's have a look at Kwik, Snax, Dizzy. Okay, I put the tape in anyway. Hold on. Yeah, okay, I didn't actually insert the disk. So you have to qualify the disk name in some cases. I've loaded the tape instead. This should be better. He's disappointed that MAME is sold out to Disney. I mean... Disney, GP? Disney? What are you going on about, GP? We don't have much to do with Disney here. The Kwik, Snax, Dizzy. This is one I enjoyed back in the day. I enjoyed the Dizzy games in general. The Dizzy games as a series originated on the CPC. The first Dizzy game was developed by the Oliver twins for the CPC, and it kind of ended up more popular on the Spectrum and things like that. But the first game came out on the CPC. This is one of the spin-off games, and it's some Codemaster goodness indeed. There we go. It doesn't have the nice animated intro with the band on the CPC, unfortunately, but it does have a really good-looking Mode Zero game, and it is a Pengo clone. So we choose the level. Let's go with ice. I instantly die. Now you can wrap around, but the idea is to get all the fruit. I say Pengo clone, it's not quite Pengo. It's Pengo influenced, but you're pushing blocks and squat enemies. You're not slamming blocks around though, you are just pushing them out of the way. I think the closest thing is, say, Pengo. Yeah, getting the flashing ones in the order they're flashing gives you more points. It's a bit like bomb getting in a sense too. Now, I remember back in the day I found this game a bit too easy. Maybe it's a slow pace, maybe it's because you can take time to think. And it does have these puzzle things between rounds, so where do I want to go? Well, I guess I want to go there first, then probably want to go up here. No, I wanted to go up first because I don't get the one in the middle anymore. No, I failed it. I need to go up and down to get the one in the middle. Oh well, I have to time out. ADD Dance Classic. It's Soccer Band. It's not quite Soccer Band, I'll say that. It's, there's Lotus on the CPC, yeah. It's a bit slow, but it's a decent enough port if you didn't have anything better. So now back to this level. I did pick the ice level on purpose because it looked more Pengo. So yeah, if you want the maximum score, you do have to plan your route around a bit more carefully. I'm not going to go for score, to be honest. In fact, I'm not going to go for anything at the moment. Unfortunately, no sound effects, only music, but you'll find that's typical of a lot of European games. Not even just on the Amstrad, you immediately often have to choose between music or sound effects. But here you just swap music. Everything on the CPU is slow. Now, that's not entirely true. A lot of things on the CPU is slow. But I could put maybe Killer Cobra on. I think that was quite fast, isn't it? So this one. This one. This is an easier puzzle. It's high backwards. Yeah, I mean, you don't need the sound effects. In some games, sound effects are important to alert you to what's going on. In other games, a nice jolly tune. Just, you can get in the flow, listen to a jolly tune. So you can't push blocks past fruit. And obviously the suns are solid too. Vespertino is good too. Well, I mean, then I would be revealing that I'm secretly a beta tester for the Game GP, and I'm not allowed to do that. My contract with them says, you can't share on stream. Yeah, I mean, Lotus exists on the system, and if that was the only way you could play it, then fair enough. But I think there were racing games I would play over Lotus on the CPC. Problem is the CPC is often a little bit slower than the other platforms. Say compared to the Spectrum, you have to write a lot more data to update the screen, which is extra work for the Z80. The Spectrum is basically a single bit frame buffer you know, black and white plus a colour overlay, whereas the CPC is got more bits per pixel, so you've got like you have to use a lot more CPU power to update the display. What am I doing? I failed this one quite badly. I used to be so good at these mini games as a kid, and now I realise I really messed this up. I'm like, can't do it anymore. Beginning of the bonus level sounds like Moon Patrol. Is the AY quite loud on this one too? I thought the AY volumes would be more consistent when I'm trying to play arcade games. Anyway, the music's better than my ramblings, so we've done bananas. Got the power, which I can actually eat them. When Disney's flashing up there because you've got that power, you can actually munch away on bees. Not that I recommend eating bees because they're a bit stingy and a bit spicy. But yeah, if you've got a power up, Disney can eat the bees. The bass line sounds like Moon Patrol. It's probably not coincidental. I mean, these developers likely played the arcade games, likely enjoyed the arcade games. This one's a bit easier. And even if it's subconscious, that tune might be in the head. In my opinion, what are the most relevant improvements for video game consoles in MAME over the last 5 releases? I'm not sure, really. I think the spec is still older than 5 releases. I don't know. I'm really not sure. I mean, there might be some 868k pixels, but that's not really a console. It's not an area we've been really following at the moment. The issue with the quick snacks is it is a little easy. At least it's not the Hudson Bee. I think if I do a Bee right back into the stream, I'm going to borrow the Hudson Bee. There's one thing I don't have, if I want to go and take a break, I don't have a Bee right back screen at the moment. Do you think the 2600 sounds better, do you, G? I don't think the 2600's got any epic tunes like these. And the 2600's more colourful than a lot of our systems. When you consider the 2600 is a 70s system, the number of colours it shows on screen is wild. It's this system. Let's just let Dizzy get got. I've got invulnerability. I'm trying to kill myself off, and I literally can't because I've got invulnerability. There we go. It is a bit easy. It's a game I think is very suitable for kids. I mean, Disney games are typically fairly kid-friendly anyway, but this doesn't even have puzzles to solve. It's just an action game, but well presented. I see they've spelled keyboard incorrectly, unless they intentionally wanted to be keyboard rad. But I don't know. It's correct below though. It's correct on redefined keyboards, so I think that's just a typo. I'm just interrupting the music instead, Mr. You want the volume down a bit, even for running in MAME? Okay, we can turn the volume down a bit. My previous stream, I realised I was talking on the Twitch one. I was talking about Legend of Karjay, and I realised you couldn't even really hear the music over me, which was a shame. It's a difficult one to get right. Okay, I think this one runs. This is where you're probably going to hate the sounds. This is on tape, I think. Donkey Kong. So let's speed up the loading. Yes, Donkey Kong came out on the CPC. And if you don't know Donkey Kong on the CPC, it is actually a fantastic port. I think it runs mostly okay in MAME. It's quite the Mario character there, or Jumpman. I mean, there are arcade flyers that call him Mario. Also Carpenter, another plumber. The AY is on. Yes, I mean, I do like a bit of tape loading on these streams, don't I? There we go. So, Donkey Kong. Licensed by Ocean Software. Coded by Arcana Software Design. I think this is on pad. Let's see. Is it not on pad? What are the controls? I don't know. We'll see. AY is on fire. Not the 60k 8K heart. Codemasters, yeah, the Game Genie, modern F1 games. So what are our controls here? So, this is Donkey Kong on the CPC, and this is a fantastic port of Donkey Kong, to be fair. I mean, it's Donkey Kong, it plays like Donkey Kong. Billy Mitchell hasn't accidentally submitted any videos recorded with it, so it can't be perfect. But you know. There's a song called Screaming in Digital. It sounds familiar, but I don't know off the top of my head. So, see, it's got the screens, it's got the graphics. It moves around pretty well. Go through here. Oh, let's actually collect things. Well, we don't need to collect them, do we? Because we can just go up here, but I like to collect things. No, this port is really, really good. The CPC. I mean, this is a back in the day port. This is not a modern port, and that's what makes it even more impressive. You know, a lot of games have got good modern ports, and we might look at one of those next. But this is a really good back in the day port. It's one of those where it feels like maybe they actually studied the original game code, because it feels very close to play, including these slight annoyances with the jumping, where it feels almost unresponsive at times, because it isn't, but the original arcade Donkey Kong is the same. You have to jump at the right time, otherwise the jump does not always register. But the stages feel right, and it looks the part. I'm just as bad at it. Maybe it's just like a guy in a monkey suit. He's actually scared of Mario. I don't know Mario. I almost wore my monkey suit today, because GP was saying I should dress as an Ewok, and that was the closest they had. But I also realised it was far too warm. I might not be the best Donkey Kong player in the world. Ocean also had a very good looking port on the C64. They're definitely better looking than the Mario Brothers ports, I'll say that much. The Mario Brothers port is weird. Oh, come on. We will give it another try. But everything feels like it's in the right position. Everything feels like it moves. They either studied the arcade code or they played the arcade game an awful lot when they made this one. Oh, the song by Queensryche. Yeah, I've heard the band. Ocean, I mean, we looked at the NES Parasol Stars the other week. That was a decent Ocean port. Yeah, Ocean weren't always bad. It depends on the software house. And the ones who did this also made another game I really like on the CPC called High Steel, which we may look at later. Very different game. That one is... It's still a construction site, but it's a very different game. A very original game. But obviously a talented group of programmers. Ocean did make a lot of stinkers too, yes. I don't know much about Robocop 2 on the NES GP, but Yeah, Ocean, a lot of those countries that everybody outside of Europe just goes, oh, you know, European Yankee trash games. But they did make good things at times. Not all the time, in fact. Probably fairly infrequently, but at times. This level always confuses me, because all you do have to do is get to the top. It's a very short level. With not much going on. But that is just how Donkey Kong is. It's an odd game. I guess they wanted all the stages to be a bit different, but that stage doesn't even have much of a gimmick. I don't know the timing on this. There's an MSX port of Donkey Kong. It's probably the same code base as the Spectrum. A lot of MSX games were, unless I'm wrong. I know the MSX is a bit like the CPC, got a lot of bad Spectrum ports. I want to try and avoid bad Spectrum ports today. They're the things that make people think the system is terrible. And the system is not that terrible. There we go. Yeah, the Operation port. Did Ocean do that? It's a good port anyway, GP. Yes, it is. Yeah, it's depends on the developer. J6Q's Ocean as well, isn't it? I mean, I know he quite likes that one. The good thing is the sound effects feel accurate. I mean, I can't say correct. I still managed to die with the hammer because I was in the wrong place. It all depends on who actually developed the games. I mean, Ocean were just the publisher at the end of the day. They had some teams they often worked with. Some of them were good, some of them were bad. It's like arcade games. You know, one thing that Aussie guy you'll often mention is who developed them. And that tells you a lot more than who published them. And I still think MAME needs to do a better job of documenting that in many cases, because if you're trying to research the history of the games, then who developed the games is a lot more significant than who published them, really. Come on, hammer, hammer, hammer. You can see there's a little mode split at the top on the where it's flickering slightly. I don't know if it flickers slightly at the top of the level 1. MAME's timing on the CPC is not perfect. There was a Star Wars stuck on an island. I mean, the island would have to have power, otherwise we wouldn't be able to play much Star Wars arcade at all. And there we go, we loop back around to the first screen. And I get done by bouncing barrel because, of course I do. Yeah, I mean Star Wars, the Vector game. You mean not the later Sega one? You mean the actual Vector game? That is a classic, and the CPC has got a good port of that. I don't know if we'll look at that. I failed to jump over barrels. Yeah, I think this is one of the closest ports Wolf has. It's a really, really good port. The team did an excellent job of it, and if it's one of those that you could sell a CPC with back in the day. Right, let's have a look at a game of two names. We're going to get some loading noises again, just be warned. So, this one is very popular, but I never liked it that much. This is called Mission Genocide. Oh, it's got two names, as I said. So let's speed up. So, ZTB by Drinksoft. The title and loading screen are all ZTB, but it is better known as Mission Genocide. So let's say apologise for the screeching. This is how we went deaf as kids. Luckily, I'm speeding up so it's not lasting the whole 7 minutes. But, the loading screens are kind of funky. So, Mission Genocide. This one is also using mode naught. It's using a slightly different screen shape, as you can see. So if we start it, Outpost Give 'em Hell, it's a very Xevious-like game. You're blasting things and you're bombing things. So there's only one fire button. But you see, this is nice and smooth. It's using a sort of fancy masking trick where it's only using half the bits of the screen for sprites and half of them for backgrounds, so that it can more easily erase backgrounds and sprites over the background without having to redraw the background. It means even though you're in the low resolution mode, you do only get like the 4 colours, not the full 16. But it means you can do this really smooth redraw and a bit of hardware scrolling as well with the CRTC. It's one of the few examples where the hardware scroll tricks appear to work in MAME. I think the vertical ones work okay. It's the horizontal scroll tricks that tend to really fail. I mean, like me. But now, you go back to the title screen, it's ZTB by Drinksoft. It alternates the title even in the game. It's like, you don't know what you want to call your own game? Okay, fair enough. I mean, yeah, Mission Genocide is maybe not the most culturally sensitive title, but you know, this was when a lot of things weren't. But yeah, this is one of those that a lot of people like back in the day. I never really got into it, but I had friends who loved this one, and it's still highly regarded now because it shows something that you didn't see much of on the CPC, and that is, you know, the smooth 50 frame a second scrolling. On the C64, you got it all the time. So many games did it. On the CPC, you tended to see shooters, especially, that just ran really slowly. So you got something like this, and people were rather impressed by it. It's very basic sound effects, no music, as you can probably hear. Yeah, I think, I mean, there's only so much you can do with it until people realise, oh, it's that old trick again, you know, we've not got as many colours, and we've got some smooth vertical scrolling. But, yeah, a few more games that use this kind of trick and have this kind of smooth scrolling would have, I think, given people a better impression of the system than they got. The gameplay is very smooth. Now it's Mission Genocide again. Just the one where you can... No, there are some games where you've got a selection of palettes on different buttons. I don't think this is one of them. I think this one you're dealing with whatever palette it gives you. So, yeah. Nothing too fancy in terms of the gameplay, but in terms of the technical achievement, yeah, there's not much to rival this, at least from the same period. It's kind of tricky. I mean, if you know the enemy patterns, it's easier. If you do what I do and fall into the simple traps of moving to exactly where the enemy wants you to move, to die. And yeah, you can't have too many shots on the screen at once, so you do have to be mindful of that. If you shoot too early, then you're going to be in trouble. But again, that's a lot of shooters from the period where they've got a strict limit on the number of sprites they can draw, so tough luck if you want to shoot more bullets. Reminds you of Plutus on the Atari 7800. Not one I played. No, the CPC does not have any kind of hardware sprites. It doesn't really have scrolling. I mean, it's got a CRTC, which, and a raster interrupt split type thing, that's specific positions in the screen. So one of those positions is where the status bar is there, and you know, they're changing the base address for the CRTC to pull the characters from to simulate scrolling. There are various tricks. One of the reasons a lot of the newer games don't work in MAME is because the tricks they used are kind of abusing the hardware, especially for the horizontal scrolls, where they're sort of doing weird, almost double buffering on the scrolls to get it smoother. It's not really designed for it, but people found out a way of doing it. other games, you know, there's a few LED Storm, the Capcom game. There's sort of a scroll that way, but it means there's no status bar because they obviously for some reason they didn't manage to get that part working. It's a pretty complex trick, and also some models of CPC had a different CRT-C chip which didn't work with reading back the register positions. So if you pushed it too much, there's always a risk that, you know, a tiny handful of people wouldn't be able to play your game. And now we're shooting fruit. Although, you know, if you had a CPC with that CRT-C chip, you may as well consider it faulty because the amount of software that's not going to work properly is a little high. Ironically, it's the official Motorola chip that is the one that doesn't support register readback, and therefore the one you don't want. But I think Amstrad being Amstrad and doing things on the cheap meant that 90% of the machines, maybe 99, had the clone chip anyway, which is the better one. So we're on MAME at the moment. Discount ASO Alpha mission. Yeah, maybe a little bit. I don't know if this came out before that. It may have done. But yeah, that's mission Genocide, or whatever else it was called. Strange to have a game with two names, but yeah. Right, something altogether more modern again now then. Now this one does have issues in MAME. We may still be able to play it. This is from 2019, and it is a port of a game you may be familiar with called Scramble. And I think this is trying to use some scrolling tricks. I think compared to other ones, this holds up okay in MAME, but you can see this, the entire screen is shifted to the right. That should be centered, but it's not. It's shifted to the right. And a lot of the games where the scrolling tricks fail get shifted to the right. And if you're familiar with MAME, they're trying to make it look like MAME, which is kind of funny. Because this is you know, it's a fan game. They want it to look like it's an emulated game. But, yeah. Jolly loves this game. I don't blame him. It's a pretty good conversion of the game, I think. So we're going to play it even though it's shifted to the right, because I don't think it affects the gameplay. Unless it's meant to be a bit smoother than this. I mean, it's not hitting 50 frames a second here. I don't know if it's meant to. But yeah, this is a 2019 conversion of Scramble to the CPC. And I'm assuming this is another one that's been done by studying the arcade code, because it does seem remarkably close to the arcade game. Yeah, it's trying to mimic a version of MAME. They've gone for a fake MAME look when they've done it, so clearly they spent a lot of time working with MAME when they were making this as well, I imagine. It's kind of ironic that it doesn't work quite as it should in MAME, I guess. It's like, you know, I don't think at the time the developers of this port in 2019 ever considered that somebody was probably going to be running it in MAME, or if they did, they just knew that MAME wasn't the best CPC emulator anyway. Just ignored that. But yes, I mean, the CPC did have some Scramble clones back in the day, but none of them were kind of this accurate to the original. Yeah, I mean, this is a more modern port, Aussie guy, so they've had a lot more time to study it, but yeah, again, it shows that for these 8-bit games, the CPC could actually do a really good job. You know, older ones and newer ports. I think back in the day, the developers often didn't have access to the original resources to study, or the time to study them, and you know, these days they do, so you do get these better ports. And this is one of them. It really stands out as a high quality port, and everything feels right on it. Not quite as smooth, I'd say. That could be MAME. That could, like, maybe if I put this in WinApe, it would be smoother. That might be, you know, why it's using this weird video mode. Which, if you see some games later that do the same, where you end up with the shifted screen and the hardware scrolling, it's a lot glitchier. So It could be a MAME thing. I don't know, but for now we'll play this one in MAME. But it should be centered. Can't complain though. I think it's slightly slower than the arcade because obviously the arcade is 60 Hz, the CPC is 50 Hz. But there's not much you can do about that. I don't know, fuel. I was not paying attention to my fuel, which was silly. But you know, I don't know if I should be covering more authentic back in the day CPC games, but this kind of thing does fascinate me when you've got really good modern ports. I suppose we're going to be doing a mix with it. Apparently I failed at Scramble. We'll give it one more try. It's Scramble. You think it's a MAME thing, so you think if I switch to... I mean, I might do Feud. I don't really want to do Lotus. I mean, the thing with Lotus is, it's one of those games I would consider to be a bad specky port. I'd rather do Lotus if I'm doing a Spectrum stream. Yeah, the fake MAME thing is kind of fun. It's one of those things that makes you realise that people outside of the common MAME scene do kind of pay attention to MAME and appreciate that it exists. And so, you know, it's one of the reasons I wanted to stream this one running in MAME. It's just a shame it doesn't quite work properly. It's also one of the few games that can use two buttons. One of the things with the well, a lot of our systems is it was joystick and one button. Two button pads were very uncommon, so most games are designed about joystick and one button. This one, luckily being a more modern game, recognises that two button pads exist and makes use of it. Which is handy. Just trying to cram games into a stick and one button. I think probably made a lot of games worse than they should have been. I mean, two buttons is limiting enough, considering NES essentially has four. You know, A, B, start and select. Actually, want some fuel, please. Concentrate on the fuel at this point. No, don't just block mine this out. Now, except Metro Arch. Yeah, High Steel's the one I really like. Ping Pong is a really good port too, but High Steel is an original game that is fantastic. I don't know if I ever played Power Play. I think I know it, but I don't think I played it. But yeah, obviously some talented developers in that studio. But this makes you think all those other games on Scramble-like hardware could easily be ported to the CPC. This section is tricky. Not the trickiest section in Scramble, but kind of tricky. Yeah, and there's still a screenshot you could be easily forgiven for thinking this was the arcade version. It is that much of a good port. Obviously, it was not made by Konami in 1981. They've just gone for the full look of the original. Be interesting they ported Super Cobra. Yeah, I mean, the CPC did have the unofficial port, which was that Killer Cobra thing. But you may look at Killer Cobra in a bit. What was I saying? The Moon Cresta port on the CPC is really good too. Let me have a look at my list. I should have actually made maybe a shorter list, not a massive list. GP, do you want me to play Red Heat? I'm going to play Red Heat for GP, which is a terrible game, but GP likes it, and I promised GP way before the stream that we would look at Red Heat. So let's try and find a version that works. This will be the problem. Is this one going to load? So, is this a French version? So, on joystick, are we? So look, colourful raster bar things. Press punch to start. Load level number 1. Yeah. Oh no, it's a movie license. GP really likes this game for some reason. It's well, yeah. You may not be super impressed. It's a little bit slow. It is probably one of those that would be considered a bad specky port. But you walk along and you punch people. And you walk back and you punch people. And you punch people more. You know, it's got a pretty good Arnie sprite. Unfortunately, this is basically what the game is. Yeah, it's a lot of movie licenses were, but you know, I did promise GP I would play this one. So this one's for you, GP. I'm not as good at this as I is. I actually knows how to play it. I just get stuck in a corner and ganged up on. It's a bit like a boxing game, where you really want like an uppercut move or something like that. Instead, you've just got a punch, and you can't even turn around. It's like I can't walk past them and turn around. You can just get out the way their punches. It doesn't even have a status bar. It's got your health at the top, and that's it. It was funny though. I mean, I did appreciate back in the day how he got all these movie licenses. Something you don't really have these days. And it is in a sauna, so you know, there's some people who are showing off in a sauna. Yeah, I think he played it to death, or maybe he just doesn't like it. I mean, I'm not gonna avoid the bad games or the games that some people like and others don't. I can't even get into this power beats. It's a slog. A slog, even. There we go. Pick up. There we go. I've picked it up and got some health back, I think. But yeah, this is really how the game plays out. You push them along. Now there's like things. There's wind. Odd Kung Fu Master Spartan X clone. Yeah, except Spartan X Kung Fu Master is really fast. One thing the CPC does have is a really, really good port of Kung Fu Master, actually. Considering the Specky got a terrible port, the CPC port of Kung Fu Master, really, really good. Am I going to make it to this next power-up? I don't think I am. Come on, I need the power-up. I need the power-up, otherwise I'm dead. No, yes, there we go. Thing is, I mean, but all the Zai doesn't want to play this game anymore. He knows how to play this game. He's actually really good at this game. You know, he can pretty much clear it. Whereas I'm just button mashing here. Again, it's just sound effects though. I like it when a game's got a good tune. I'm just going to ignore you and keep walking. If I can. So I want the power-ups. I don't think you can even charge your punches or anything like that, which would have helped. And pick up, yes. He's wearing... Is he wearing a t-shirt? He's not wearing a t-shirt, I don't think. I think he's pretty much topless. Or you were saying he's wearing a t-shirt in the Amstrad Amiga version. Amiga version isn't much better. No, I guess this was their game concept, and unfortunately it's quite a limited concept. They could have done with more variety, different strength punches. Let's get on. I need to do some censorship for us. There is a boss at the end of the level, I believe, if I get there. It's just another guy to beat up, from what I remember. How are there this many people in the sauna? I mean, don't they have security saying they don't come in our sauna? Oh, mini game, yep. What is it? Left, right. It's left, right waggle game. Which works better on joystick than it is on a pad. I don't know why you suddenly get a left, right waggle game in this. But you do. I failed the bonus stage, so there was no boss. There was just that. I thought... The Amiga, I guess because the Amiga's got more colours, they probably thought they had to censor it a bit more. Whereas this is in like 2 colours, so it leaves more to the imagination. You have to work out if they're wearing stuff or not yourself. But look, that was like a bonus round, but I'm still in the same sauna. The bonus round just came from nowhere too. Yeah, to pad the game out. It's probably easy on a joystick. I'm trying to play this on a PlayStation pad, which doesn't give you much movement. It's not good for waggling. I think I died. Again, you fail the bonus stage. Do you actually go back to the start? This is the start of the game again, isn't it? I've gone back to the start of the game. I think. I'm just going to walk. I mean, I quite like the sprite work. I think they've done a decent job for, 2 colour sprites. Well, 1 colour sprite really, but I guess black is a colour because it's against the blue. Yeah. Yeah, it's... That's the thing, bonus stages should be bonuses. It shouldn't be a case of, oh, you failed a bonus stage. Or, the bonus stage is where you can lose lives. That's not a bonus. That's just another stage that you decided to call a bonus stage. Yeah, I mean, I think there are some decent games by Special Effects. No, absolutely, we've got this for here. So... There we go. So... I'm still on stage 1, though. Unless this is just like a broken, cracked version, I really don't know. But I thought, I didn't fail the bonus stage then. I've got full health and I'm still on the same stage. I don't know. Like I said, MAME isn't always good with the original disc images. It doesn't load a lot of them, so it could be a case of this is just a broken version of the game. But you get the idea. The never-ending sauna. No, maybe I loaded a demo version without realising it. Because I definitely didn't fail that bonus stage. But anyway, I think next time I die, we will move on. There are better games to look at. I mean, it's I think they had an interesting idea, but could have fleshed it out a little better. Predates the Metal Gear torture scene by decades. Come on then. Let's just keep walking along. Yeah, this isn't a relaxing sauna. But I'm sure GP's quite happy that we're still in the sauna though. could have loaded the tape version, and then we'd have probably more multi-load and more loud screaming noises. I'm sure everybody would appreciate that. But we have a request for Feud next, I think, which... problem with Feud is you have to really memorise where everything is. I like it, but I'm going to get no on Feud either. If you want to see a good long player Feud, Xyphoe does have one up where he worked out which spells you need and everything else. But Feud is a good looking game, so we should do Feud. It's also got a really nice title screen, loading screen. But you see, this does just get a little bit monotonous, a little bit samey, a little bit... Oh, we've seen this before. And, you know, my finger's going to start hurting from just hammering this button. I'm actually not going to pick up the power up. I'm just going to keep walking. Yeah, the Cabal port is pretty rough, unfortunately. The Midnight Resistance port's good. I have to say, the Midnight Resistance port is very playable. Cabal is not. I think Cabal might be one of those where you want to play the specky version if you want to enjoy it. And I think a Spectrum Stream is on the cards. But yes, a bit of red heat here. Yeah, I say I can't hate the game because the sprite work I think is actually really good. I think I said that already, but there's so many games where you play as Arnie and he just lacks any detail whatsoever. This is well drawn, and it might only be a few frames of animation, but it feels quite well animated. Am I still playing this thing? Yeah, I'm going to play until I die. Look, I think we made it out the sauna. I mean, I think that's as far as we're going to make it though, because I'm about to die. No, I'm not going to pick it up. I'm going to keep walking outside. And we died. So yeah, this was Red Heat, which, you know, it's obviously not some super amazing licensed game, but it's not that bad either, to be honest. They did NES Family. They did the Untouchables on the 8-bits too, because the Untouchables was actually a pretty good one. Right, what shall we do now? What shall we do now? I said Feud, didn't I? Sometimes you will have to remind me what I've promised to do because I will forget otherwise. Actually, you know what? Let's just load the cassette. Cassette noises incoming. So we've got Mr. Rainbow Beard. I should totally do that. Well, the Red Heat was just for you, GP. Because I know you wanted to see a bit of Red Heat. It's like if I do a SNES stream, we can get some Gourmet Warrior for you. So, here we go. So, Feud. What is Feud? It is a wizard versus wizard. Collect him up, build your spells, find the other guy, and kill him. It's also got this cool wavy, bouncy dot on the title screen. So, press the keyboard. But yeah, so you control this. This is your Cauldron. You've got your spell book where you can look through the pages, find out what you need. But other than that, you are wandering around this world. And the thing with the CPC version is you can go in front of things and behind them a little bit. I mean, not so much in front, but a little bit like this. Things feel like they've got depth, whereas even on the Specky version, everything is just like solid blocks. I mean, it's not always easy to know where you can go. You really need a map. Yeah, developed by Binary Design for Bulldog Software. Binary Design are one of those that have some really interesting concepts. But I guess what I like about this is it's one of those games that just feel kind of like the open world. I think that's the other Cauldron, the other guy's Cauldron. Yeah, that's his Cauldron. Your brother, I think it is. I've not found anything yet though. I think there's something up here. No way. But look, this is beautifully animated. The compass points to where the other guy is because he's trying to do the same thing as you are. He's trying to collect these ingredients to make spells to attack you. So what we've got here? We've got We've got Bog Beam, which is part of the free spell. We'll pick that one up. Mind you, Midnight Mutants. I've not played that one. Who is this bald guy? This is Lyric. And your health bars are down there. You know, you've got your health bar. But yeah, unless you know where everything is, and that's the other wizard there walking around trying to do the same thing. Unless you know where everything is for your spells, then you're probably not going to see much of the game. And some spells are better than others. Like freeze, obviously, it's just going to freeze them in place, which would be kind of handy if you've got another spell to go with it. I guess this could be a walking simulator. No, I don't know. There's other wizards' cauldrons. There's another item. So obviously Leanderic would be the other one. His one. I think he's in the bottom corner. Is that an item? Isn't that not an item? Yeah, that would be the other wizard there, wandering around trying to do the same thing. There we go. So that's part of the Swift spell. That's Speed Well. But it's not the biggest game, but it's one of the first games that I ever felt plonked me down in a world and said, you know, learn this world to know where things are, and use that for your advantage. I think we can only pick up from the bottom, can't we? Yeah. There we go. So that was a Cat Seer for Doppelganger. I say I've not got enough for any complete spells at the moment, unfortunately. However, it is a very good, if you want to call it a walking simulator, it is a very good one. And let's say the town feels alive as well, because you've got these other characters going around, minding their business, walking backwards and forwards. There are other games that gave me a similar feeling. Obviously, they're kind of aimlessly walking around, but it still feels like a world that is somewhat lived in. I just think I'm probably not going to find a single spell, so you are just going to watch me walk around aimlessly. The different areas of the map, I know there's like a farmer's field somewhere where he's not too happy if you go in there and starts chasing you off. Not sure what that is. There's another bit of a... Again, that's not something to complete anything I've got, unfortunately. But you do, if you play it enough, you do learn the map. Demonic Sherlock Holmes. I'm not sure. It's Sherlock Holmes. We're not solving mysteries here. You're just out to basically murder our brother. I've got quite a lot of components for different spells, but only one half of each. And even if I get the components, I've got to remember where my cauldron is to go out. So, yeah. Shall we look at a newer game after this again? I think this is the Field. Yeah. Oh, you think that the NPCs did? So, okay. I'm trying to find a way into this this field. Probably not this way then. This way. You see, these characters think they are always moving around, so it's difficult to say, oh, it's like an open world game, but kind of is. what I mean when I say this would work better with 2 players is, you know, if there was another person on another CPC linked in with this, and they were controlling the other guy trying to do the same thing, and you're actually, say, fighting against a friend, well, I think you just made a spell because of that sound effect, then it would really work. But all you've got to do is play against the computer, which, let's go to the other side. I already got this one. Don't know. Oh yeah, he's using a spell on me, so he's using a fireball, which is draining my health quite badly. Can't go that way. But unfortunately there is no 2-player option. And this is strange, because I kind of remember, I almost remember playing against a friend, but that didn't happen. I'm gonna pick that up. Do I have to be on the other side of them? I can't remember now. Oh, I don't know. I think you do. Maybe, yeah, you have to pick it from the bottom. Again, it's only. So it's been a while since I played it. It was on a lot of platforms. The 16-bit versions don't hold up very well at all. See the wizard. Look! My health is right down there because he's been murdering me. And I've even got my hands on my head on the health bar. Which this is one of those that does a mid-resolution trick as well. The bar down there is in the low resolution. Well, the high resolution mode. 4-color high resolution mode. Whereas the playfield is. I've still not got a complete spell. They're not randomised, by the way. They are always in the same place, so you can learn the map and come back and, you know, play it. I'm probably not going to play it too much longer though, because all you're doing is seeing me walk around, which, yeah, it's not the most entertaining. Oh, he's made another spell, so if he finds me, he's probably going to do something mean. Go through here. I came through, didn't I? He's to the east. The map does wrap around as well, so that's why he's now on the west. I've heard people say that's a glitch. How does he teleport from east to west? But that's because the map wraps around. It's the direction in which he's closest to you. So if he goes like further, wraps around the map, obviously he ends up further to the west than east. But yeah. Honestly, I'm trying to find him now. Not to use a spell on him because I don't have an. Oh, here we go. Here he is. Yeah, look, he's casting a spell on me. But that was all this spell did. Which probably. Oh, there we go. He's gonna kill me. Come on, kill me. The spell's run out, hasn't it? Yeah. So he's trying to kill you. You're trying to kill him. And that is the game. I don't think he's got anything left to kill me, unfortunately. So you can't see the game over screen unless I find some other way to die. But there aren't many other ways to die. You can't just sort of jump in the water and go, you know, I can't swim. What's this one round? Oh, now I have all the components for the lightning spell. So if I was to go back to my cauldron, which is somewhere north, I could theoretically make the lightning spell. So let's see if I can do that. Let's see if I can actually find my cauldron. Let's see if I'm completely lost or not. Yeah, this was a really good game to have back then. Obviously, playing it on stream, it is a little slow-paced. Keep going that way. Yes. I think on the Spectrum version you can walk straight through characters. On this one you can't, which I guess makes more sense, but it does mean you have to wait behind people. So it's difficult to know which version would have come first. Clearly it's not the same. That's his cauldron, not my just have to know the map, which I don't. I used to as a kid. I knew how to get from A to B, but we're spoiled these days where you can just play a game and bring up. I've already got that one, yeah. Yeah, these days you can bring up a map, and that's that. It's got to be here. Let's keep walking. At the time, I would say this was an amazing game, but now now it's not that special because you've played so many other games that have crafting in them. Again, this is a very early example of a game with crafting mechanics, really, isn't it? Because you're getting the components to these spells and you're making the spells with them. I think I'm looping around. That's his Cauldron again, Leon Odrick. Clearly the wrong button. Anyway, you get the idea. It's Feud. I'm not going to win that, but at the same time, it would have taken a long time to actually lose it too. Okay. Another one that doesn't run in MAME, we can have a quick look at the disc in MAME, and you'll see what I mean. This is called Super Edge Grinder, and is it's a bit like a shmup, except without the shooting so much. Nice loading screen. Binary Design went bankrupt on January 1990. Again, you see this is scrolled. This is aligned itself to the right hand side. But then if we start the game, look at the scrolling. Look, it's just gone. Well, there is shooting this one, but the point is more that you are grinding at the edge. The scrolling is all jumpy, and the scroll trick does not work properly. So this is where we do not play this one in MAME, because MAME does not do a good job. We get WinApe back up, because this game is absolutely worth playing. So I think there is one where you don't shoot. This is the one where you do shoot. Both use the same scrolling trick, though. R-Type's one with an interesting history on the CPC too, because the original R-Type release is just a bad Spectrum port, but somebody did a newer version of it. See, this is how it's meant to look, centered, and with smooth scrolling. It's called Super Edge Grinder because you get points when you know the edge. Also, you have to be at the 5 button. But don't hit the edges because then you die. Doing a risk reward. You can see when the scrolling trick works, it looks really nice. When it doesn't work, it looks awful, as you saw with MAME. Yeah, this is a recent release. So, I don't know quite when it's from, but it's not a back in the day game. Anybody uploaded just the game's music? I don't know. That was terrible. Let's try again. Let's try and get some. Oh. Yeah, Pac-Mania is one that's a shame, but on the Spectrum, Pac-Mania makes good use of both the AY and the beeper, because the beeper does like a few dot noise and the AY provides the music. The CPC port doesn't have the internal beeper, so you lose some of the sound effects, unfortunately. You have to mash the buttons once the buttons. Yeah, some of these recent CPC games do look really, really good. And sound pretty good too. Again, these would have been game changers back in the day, but we didn't have them back in the day. And you can, they're pushing the hardware to the point that MAME can't run them. We're not going to kill those. It's tough. You have to line yourself up properly. Again, it's a shame I can't run this one in MAME, but you saw how it ran, and the best experiences in WinApe. I think you need autofire, really. This is without even trying to score. Because you do have to grind the edges to get your points. Hence why it's... Also know the enemy patterns. Otherwise that happens, and that happens, you may as well just skip at that point. Yeah, this is what the GX4000 needed, not burning rubber or tinting on the moon. I mean, this isn't even a plus game though. This is using the regular CPC features. I'm running this on, you know, the 6128 model, not a plus. The GX4000 could do better than this. Just it didn't. And I'm not questioning the enemies, I'm questioning to the side because who needs to be good at game then? Design makes this look easy, by the way. But it's not easy. Yeah, the soundtrack is really quite special. It's not a super smooth like 50 frames a second, it's more like 25. But again, you're not going to move this many colours at the 50. Okay. I'm not very good at it, but you get the idea. It's one of those that is a really good example of a modern game from 2012, actually. So I say modern, it's 11 years old. It's already 11 years old. You censored your swearing, GP. That is good for a family-friendly stream. I appreciate that, so it's fine. You got given a GX for your birthday and your friend got a SNES. Yeah. I don't think we're going to play too much of this, but what we are going to do is play a GX4000 game, because, you know, you want to say horrible things about the GX. Close the window, otherwise I'm going to get bugs in here. The GX had some good games. The GX did have some good games. Including a port of, well, I better change my view, a port of Pang. Yeah, I mean, I've not seen the GBA port of Gorf. I think the GBA could do a bit better than Gorf. I did always wonder why this seemed to have a rendition of, like, you know, Puff the Magic Dragon, but the tune is actually in the arcade version. It's just used, I think, the high score screen. But Pang for the GX4000. And what the GX4000 gives you is, well, hardware sprites, a per line raster interrupt, a proper palette, DMA DAC type thing for some extra sound. So it bumps up the capabilities, the plus machines in general. I mean, the 6128 Plus and the GX4000. That's why you can have the nice palette fades, because it's got a proper palette control. Yeah, I think it is the best 8-bit version. I mean, it's better than some of the knockoff versions of Pang on the 16-bits. I mean, the Mega Drive didn't get an official Pang, but it got like a Chinese, Taiwanese thing called Ghost Hunter, I think it was, or Ghost... Yeah, I think it was Ghost Hunter, and that's very rough. You know, this is a better game. A very playable version of Pang. And, you know, the GX... You would have been happy with the GX. Personally, I can't rip the music, but I'm sure somebody could. I mean, there's no sound effects to get in the way, so I just looked for a long play of the game. I think there's probably you know, a complete playthrough of the game on YouTube, which you could probably just rip the music from. But yeah. NES had unofficial ports of Super Pang and Pang 2. Super Pang 2. Yeah, I'm surprised there aren't more official ports of Pang, because it was a very popular game. But I think maybe by the time the 16 bits were out, it was considered a bit old. Which is a shame, because Pang... Well, it starts off being like an action game, but Pang quickly develops into more of a puzzle game, especially Pang 3. Some of the levels on Pang 3, you know, there is one solution that is not going to just result in you dying quickly. You have to be very strategic. But you could always just rip the music off the YouTube stream Xtreme Meg. Yeah, the GX4000 is the console version of the CPC Plus. So it's got all the enhancements from the Plus machines, but it has 2 joystick ports built in with 2 2-button joypads. So it was a console-ified version. Unfortunately, you know, it was on the market when the Mega Drive was, and you see the problem. SNES and Mega Drive or GX4000. I mean, when a lot of the GX4000 games and CPC games aren't even as good as NES and Master System games, it doesn't work as a console. The potential was there, but the developers were lazy. You've got quite a few games that are just straight CPC ports, and it's like, this doesn't need to be on a cartridge. Xyphoe is quite well known, isn't he? I hope nobody really was that evil GP. I mean, stalkers are bad. That was... I'm not usually this bad at Pang. Apart from today when I'm this bad at Pang. I know the dynamite just splits them all though. Probably a mistake getting the dynamite to though. Yeah, so that's the problem. An 8-bit console in 1990 is like, are you crazy? I don't really want to get that dynamite, do I? Because that dynamite is what's causing me all these problems of balls that I can't. So, how not to play Pang? That was pretty bad. Not the game, just me. Just me at the game. Okay. We're not playing Pang. I mean, I'm not embarrassing myself on Pang any further. Shall we have a look at another semi-recent game? This is Groops from 2007. So I say, you know, semi-recent because at this point even the homebrew is getting quite old. So this one is noteworthy because it makes a good use of the display area by Binary Sciences. So we want English. Yeah, the C64 GS was arguably even a bigger flop than the GX4000. PD software homebrew. It's, I mean, a lot of commercial software was kind of homebrew. It was written by somebody at home and then sent to a company. Even back in the day, depends what you want to class as PD and homebrew and. Anyway, this is Groops. And it's one of these games where you identify different groups of things and make them disappear by pressing them. So it's a type of game you often see on mobiles, and I think like PopCap did a bunch of stuff like this on the PC. And you know, there has to be at least two of them together to make them disappear. Yeah, I mean, you know, a lot of commercial games were done exactly like that. I mean, you know, what am I doing? You don't know. I'm not doing some of the Evercade work in my underpants, GP, and that's commercial. I mean, I might be. You don't know what I'm wearing right now. I might be streaming my underpants, just with a t-shirt on. So yeah, I think these games, the challenge comes from playing the stages without, you know, soft locking yourself, which I'm probably going to fail to do miserably. But probably fair to say I've already failed this. However, I will continue. There's an Amstrad CPC remix of Dreamscape. I'm not sure what Dreamscape is. So, am I going to fail? Is it going to tell me if I fail? It's a very colourful game, obviously. Making good use, say full use. Yeah, I failed. Game over, game over, game over. Okay, if you tell me 3 times. Yes, play that level again. So, I know there's a strategy for this type of game, which I am not doing a good job of finding. I guess you really want to try and clear stuff down this end first. You always want to make sure pieces can slide back. I don't know, is this right? I was never especially good at this type of puzzle game. But no, oh, yeah, I messed it up. Can't do it now, can I? No, I've messed it up. It's not a slide puzzle game. I'm just as bad at it as if it was a slide puzzle game, but it's not a slide puzzle. I don't think I've ever seen Xyphoe play this one. Maybe because it's one of those earlier modern titles. Maybe he played it years ago before I was watching him stream. But early modern, still pretty worth looking at. Looks like Pusnik and Pebble. Is Pebble one of those prototypes, or is it just another game I've not heard of? I think that was the prototype you were showing off. Yeah, Super Collapse 2. I mean, this kind of game has been done quite a bit. I've seen it on a variety of platforms. And yeah, you have to get the piece in the right order, otherwise you will fail the stage. Like, I'm going to fail the stage again. Let's fail in that 1, 2 I can do. Yeah, fail the stage again. Wow, I didn't get many points to the Groups 2 points 2. I don't know. No, let's not do that level again. So it's got the jukebox option. It's like a sound test. Nice. Early 2000s. I mean, this is 2007. I think there are earlier ones. But I don't know. I've not actually looked up everything. So let's play one that I always remember because it had a really silly speech clip. This is Dripzone Plus. This requires 128k memory entirely for the extra speech. Which So you will hear shortly. Yeah, it's the prototype you showed on Discord. I thought it was. I thought it was Aussie guy. You've not seen Virgin Interactive Evercade collection. Guess. There you go. And that's the only reason I remember this game. Pretty much. It's a work of art. The actual game itself, it's an Arkanoid clone combined with some sort of tic-tac-toe mechanic. I'm not really sure. If you clear the stage, it puts your thing in there. If you don't, it doesn't. And if you fail, it just moves to a different stage. Twilight Zone theme. I think this is pretty much a homebrew from back then. I got it with, I think, the memory expansion I bought, or something like that. I can't remember. But you see, obviously, I'm not doing very well because I'm failing the stages, which is putting X's in the thing at the top, which means that they're probably going to get a line before I do. But it's a breakout game with digital controls. And if you're at the top, it drips on you, which I guess is why it's called Dripzone. I don't really see what that does. But, you know, I don't remember anything about the game other than that intro thing, because it's like, wow, there's a sample speech clip that's more than like 2 seconds long. Not my favorite. There are better breakout Arkanoid style games on the CPC. The one I played growing up was the one called Impact, which is nice and colourful. The collision on this is it's nice and fast. But yeah, the collisions. It's this type of game you like to hit the ball, the edge of the pad, and the very edge often doesn't seem to. You know, you miss it when you think you're gonna hit it. At least it, you know. See, that to me hit the paddle. An Amstrad CPC cat game. You mean a game with a cat in it? I mean, I think there's a newish one. Okay. Back to. Too much time in those saunas. It's Dripzone indeed. Yeah. I like the fact they put like speech in this version of the game, but it doesn't really make it a good game. It's an interesting concept that, you know, if you fail the level, it just puts an X in there, and you've got to, you know, make a line in your little tic-tac-toe game. But it's probably the hybrid genre we didn't need, or at least if, you know, you can do this, make the collisions work. This game is made in underpants. Probably GP, probably. An Amstrad game about cats. Ooh. I'm sure there are some. I didn't specifically look for ones about cats when I was researching the stream. Was that Smelly Cat game the recent one on the CPC, or was that Spectrum one? Can't remember. Top Cat? Yeah, there was a Top Cat game. Positions. Hey Joanne Motter, welcome, welcome. This is a nice little CPC stream. This is probably not one of the highlights of the CPC library, but I wanted to show off the speech in this one. JY Company logo. The company on this one is Plant Pot Productions. And yeah, I'm failing on it. So if I fail this stage, yeah, they'll put another X there, and they will win the game of tic-tac-toe. Because that's how these work. Yeah, let me have a quick look through my list. Yeah, not even in high score this time. I did badly. That was Dripzone Plus. So there you go. Okay, let me have a quick look. Because there might be a cat one. Froggies aren't cats. Squeak isn't a cat. Sergeant Seymour's not a cat. Scooby-Doo's not a cat. Roland isn't a cat. Roadrunner's not a cat. Quackerjack was a duck, wasn't it? Psycho Pigs was Punks. No, Punkstar's a duck. Potsworth and Co's a dog. Paws? Maybe Paws has cats in it. Let's have a look at Paws. There's a game called Paws. Mate, it sounds like it could have cats in it. This is a... There's different games called Paws. Okay. I don't even... I've got a game called Paws in my list, but there's multiple games called Paws, and there's a game called Jaws. Shall I load a game called Paws and see if it has cats in it? It sounds like our best bet. No, I'm not typing... I'm typing cat now. Cat is not used for tapes, really, practically. Cat is catalogue for discs. Let's see what this is. Paws is loading. This may not have cats in it. Oh yes, cat. I mean, there's Cat Trap, but that's more of a mechanical cat. Pink Panther's not a cat. Also, Pink Panther's terrible. The sun face was the logo. Grey Wild. Sorry, squeaking noises again. I know you live in. If this doesn't have cats, then we could go with GP suggestion of Top Cat. Arctic Computing presents Paws. This is going to be Jaws with cats. Thundercats? They're kind of cats. Oh, your 10 small kittens have walked away from it. This sounds catty. Create enough cataplexic energy to fend them. Oh, this also sounds weird. QAOP. And spacebar fires a fluff ball. Yeah, it's got cats in it. Select level 3. Okay. Seems quite quiet. In fact, it seems like it plays entirely in silence. Okay, I think I found a kitten. Panthers are a species. I guess so. I guess so. But you know, Pink Panther is not a good game. Also, we haven't you know, a cat. There's this game is literally silent, isn't it? Not even the meow. They do. A panther is part of a cat, the cat species, feline, isn't it? Oh, it's a dog. Okay. I fired a ball at the... Can I walk past it now? Okay. Is this another dog murdering simulator? Oh, I can't pick up this cat. Do I have to take the cats back to base one at a time? What? What? Why am I inside now? Yeah, this is one of the issues with a lot of CPC games. Well, not a lot, but there are quite a few that are just completely silent. At least it's not Black Panther. No, it's not. It's not. It's not. I mean, I might have to play Black Panther. Okay, that's. I think I got killed walking into a screen. Oh, there's just random stuff everywhere. A spotty dog. Black Panther was cool, and yes, apparently. I mean, if you look at the Banfresto call and output, you know, you can tell that they're not always the highest quality, and Cyber Tank is not that good. So Corlan may have known Jumpengo, but what am I doing with these cats I've picked up? Why am I going around firing balls at dogs? Pardon me, and you know what? I should have probably gone with Pink Panther. Because this doesn't make any sense. It's a cat. Why can I not pick this cat up? Can't fire the ball at the cat, but I can't pick the cat up. I should have really read the instructions too. Go away, dog. I don't like you, dog. It's a wind-up mouth. What did the instructions tell me I had to do? Because I don't get it. I can't fire anymore. What? I think I've run out of things to fire. Maybe I have to... Oh, nothing there. I've not lost a life. Well, my stamina's going down. Is my... Do I have stamina and lives? I can fire now because I picked something up. Yeah, you know, I've played better cat simulators than this. I don't think I'm going to be requesting this on Xyphoe's Amstream somehow. It does not appear to. Why there's like real shops like Woolies and Barclays and Smiths and Boots. Do cats go shopping in real shops? I get strength back. Honestly, apart from shooting dogs and picking up one other little cat, it's only I've got to rescue the kittens, but I don't know what I'm meant to do with them when I've got them. Oh, look, his Arctic Computing logo. I suspect it's one of those games where a map would help greatly. Oh, look, there's a ball of wool. Menzies. There's another cat, but I guess I can't pick that up either because I've not worked out what I'm meant to do with the cats. So I'm guessing I can carry one cat at a time. And I'm currently carrying a cat. But I don't know where to take the cat. There's probably one place in the map where I can take a cat. Top Cat. Yeah, Top Cat would have been a better choice. Woolies has got a sale on. Do you think it was a closing down sale? There must be like there must be a home. You must have to take the cats to some sort of home somewhere. And I don't know where the home is. So I think I'm going to quit playing a Cat Simulator CPC edition because I'm just aimlessly wandering around. This town's got far too many boots as well. I need a map. I don't have a map. Honestly. And this is... Maybe I will request this on Xyphoe's stream and just get him to play cat game. Paws should have been an arcade game. Den warning. What? Den warning? Does that mean I'm near the den? Does that mean den warning? What? Why is there a den warning? Oh, I think that's the power meter where it says K9 level. But I don't know where the den is. And this speed of movement. I mean, cats are meant to be fast. You know, I can go to the bathroom and the cat will beat me there. This cat is not fast. This cat moves like it's got all the time in the world. Apparently it doesn't. So let's see if anything else happens. There's an Amstrad CPC version 9 cat. I've not tried that one. Okay, this game is doing nothing. Yeah, let's just get into a fight with the dogs. It's not. There needs to be some sort of arrow pointing to where I've got to go to do anything. Because, you know, I found lots of cats. Also, this is like the mode 1, so this is 4 colours and looks ugly. And every screen looks basically like one of 3 designs, so just no idea where I'm going. Okay, I've played enough cat game. I'm bored of cat game. I no, cat game is not for me. This is an interesting one. I showed the Spectrum version of this before, but this is Pac-Man Emulator, which, well, it does have the original Pac-Man ROMs. As you can see, they're even on the disk image here. And it kind of loads the original Pac-Man into memory, then patches the game code and the graphics routines to work natively. It's kind of interesting. So this is another fairly modern one. It is a port of the Spectrum Pac-Man Emulator. But essentially, it's running the arcade code. Yes, keep doing this, Aussie guy. I do enjoy it. So it's Pac-Man. What does it work with? Does it work with pad? Here we go. Pac-Man on the CPC. Running the original arcade code with some patches applied so that, you know, the graphics and sound go to the CPC hardware. Is it an emulator? Not really. But it's still pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, the C64 thing is obviously not going to be the arcade code because C64 doesn't have a Z80. So it can't just run a patch version of the Z80 code, so it's probably re-implemented. This is literally the arcade code with a few patches. And I guess it shows what they could have done. Oh, it looks better than 2600 port. It does. It does. I mean, this is the modern CPC scene. It would not perfect. Say the transition there is a bit rough. I think this would benefit from having a GX4000 version though, because the GX4000 does have the hardware sprite. So if they were to have done the Ghosts with hardware sprites, it would have freed up some CPU time. They could have had extra colours because the GX4000 hardware sprites, I think, have their own set of palette. I suppose I'm just share the rest of the palette. So I'm surprised nobody did, but you know, the CP scene is pretty big these days, but it's not as big as, say, the Spectrum scene. It's not quite the same level of interest. It would have also been nice if this had a Tate mode, you know, to actually run it vertically. Obviously, the CPC has flexibility in the screen resolution, so it can fit the whole thing on. But it would kind of be a nice novelty to have for a CPC game where you have to rotate the monitor. Inky got me, yes. Cutscenes are here. Well, of course the cutscenes are here because it is the proper code. Yeah, there are many ports, but a lot of them got things wrong. They didn't get the Ghost AI right, so having a proper Pac-Man version that is based on the original code with proper Ghost AI, the proper dot collection AI, everything else is actually really nice. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just Pac-Man, and I think people, you can only play Pac-Man so long before people get bored of it. But you know, the arcade patterns will all work in this if you know how, if you know the arcade patterns, which I clearly don't. They will work fine because it's the Pac-Man code. So a nice little thing that came out. You know, fairly recently, last few years. Okay. Shall we go with one from my childhood? Now, I enjoyed this one as a kid. I'm going to tape load it again, so enjoy sounds. And it's definitely a unique take on things. This is Pogostick Olympics. I mean, the palette was pretty much the default CPC palette. And look at that guy. He is so happy on the podium with his pogo stick. So. Rogue Software. Rogue Software did some good stuff on the CPC. It's slightly wonky artwork, but it's still quite good. Right, let's fire. Are we on pad? I don't remember. I'm not on pad. What is firing? Oh. So basically, you have to go along on your pogo stick, but you have to pop the balloons as well, which I'm failing to do. I'm even controlling this. I feel like I'm not controlling it, but there we go. I got a balloon. I've got another balloon. You can do longer jumps and higher jumps, but it's a balloon popping event. There we go. You have to time your popping action correctly because you've got this spike on your head. Sounds like a heavy metal song mixed with AI. The AI is a versatile chip. I guess this isn't an iconic soundtrack, but it's not a bad soundtrack. Timing's off though. Did they get enough? Scored event total, score total. Hurdles. So yeah, it's basically a track and field style game, but oh, no, my timing's off. This event is harder. I'm knocking. You're not meant to knock the hurdles down. I mean, this is basic rule of hurdles. The hurdles on a pogo stick is probably quite a challenging thing. Pogo stick is. I mean, you've got to give it credit. How many other games are there where you're doing Olympic events on a pogo stick? Badly. I just remember loving this one as a kid. I don't know. Maybe just because it was a pogo stick. Maybe literally just because you're on a pogo stick. And it's like, I want a pogo stick. Really good thing I didn't have a pogo stick. Did I qualify? I don't know. You can tell. Triple jump. This should be an official thing. I think I only really like the balloon popping event, but you know. I think I didn't No. Attempt 2. The problem is you've got to time your jumps. You've got to work it out. There we go. I even got that. No. You've got to try and get over that, and then you've got to get your speed up and actually do a long enough jump. I think yeah, I must have qualified. This one you don't go forward, you're just shooting balls. I think this is what the loading screen is depicting. My score is running down, you've got to keep the score up. See, where was the arcade version of this? My score's hit 0. That's bad. Because you're moving up and down, the balls are moving up and down. It's like extra tricky archery. Obstacle course. Now, I think the draw of this one is mostly if you want to play against another player. You know, see who gets the best score. Oh, I think there's a bump boosting there. Uh-oh. Don't want that, don't want that. No. Yeah, it is. The control in this is difficult. I'm not going to lie, I'm not going to say it's some super easy to control game, because it's not. Basically, you can move faster and slower, but there's a lot of momentum. Not as difficult to control as the Psycho Hopper game, but you know, any game with bouncy controls is always going to be a little bit tricky. How am I going to get past this without all the speed? Obviously hitting those is going to reduce my score, yeah. I mean, it's a novelty, it's a gimmick game. Pogo sticks were. I mean, I can't remember the last time I've seen a pogo stick. Well, not in the context of somebody wanting to use it as a pogo stick. But, yeah, back in the 80s, they were one of those things that was a lot more popular. So I completed all events. That's my score. You know, you play it with a friend. You try and beat your other friend's score. That's the game. It's Pogostick Olympics. It's a bit different, and it was quite good fun back then. We'll go for another probe software game, unless anybody has specific requests. Yeah, I think you could have fleshed it out a bit more, but I think that was probably a budget game. At least I don't remember it being expensive. Pogo sticks are still common in the US, I think. So I think I've played this on stream before, Beach Buggy Simulator. Very nice loading screen. Kind of almost Barbie. It's like a boomerang, nobody can use those properly either. YJP logo down there. I guess that's the artist for the title screen. So Konami should have this, shouldn't they, as a game? Yeah, it's got a nice little tune pogo stick. So, Beach Buggy Simulator. Now, I played this one to death back in the day. I don't know why. Maybe the music again. There is plenty of painful screaming, isn't there, Adam? Plenty of painful screaming. So this is drive along, avoid them up, get the fuel type thing. Shoot the helicopters. Don't shoot the fuel. I mean, as beaches go, it does seem to be more like a desert. You know, there seem to be cacti and military helicopters. Not much water, but I mean, I guess Desert Buggy Simulator didn't sound as cool. Also, why is it red in the game when it's pink on the loading screen? But you know, I'm not going to nitpick over. It's still a fun game, but it's actually quite fast scrolling. We do like our football, don't we? Our soccer. Moon Patrol meets Superbike. Yeah, it's very much Superbike. Except Superbike, at least the arcade Superbike is terrible. But yeah, a bit Moon Patrol-y, a bit Superbike-y. With a nice chill beach vibe and a really good tune again. I mean, it's another probe game like Pogostick Olympics was. So I guess they had some alright musicians at Probe. Some of these are a pain to avoid then. I'd say I like to show a variety of CPC games. Some good ones, some slightly rougher ones. It was definitely a capable machine. We've not even done like a Destructor yet, which is obviously a really good one. Junkyard Desert. Again, only music, no sound effects, but expected. Oh, we've got these giant worm things now. That's what you want on your beach. Yeah, this is where it starts to get quite tricky. Oh. Yeah, when your fuel runs out, you can keep going just very, very slowly, which means you're not going to finish the level in time. Do you have to react quickly? I think firing uses fuel as well, so it's a case of sometimes deciding if you want to try and dodge the helicopter or fire it out of the sky. Yeah, I'm doing quite badly. Obviously, the helicopters drop those bullets which turn into fire as well, so you can take them out before that happens, or dodge. You see the difficulty spike here. We went through lots of fads that I can't remember half of them. And just watch old UK TV commercials if you want to see some of the ridiculous things that people were really into in the 80s or even 90s. There were so many. I mean, if you watch it, quite a few UK streamers will start their stream with old TV ads. I know Kim Justice does. I think Nicky and Bunty do. And some of us like, what? This product exists? Why? Everywhere had fans. We had the whole stereoscopic Magic Eye image thing for a while, didn't we? That was big when I had the Amiga because there was a bunch of Amiga programs doing it. All the morphing programs on the Amiga was a bit of a fad, technology-wise. There's physical toys that are fads too, but everything goes through fads. I think I must have had about 5 morph programs on the Amiga. And these days, who bothers with the morphing programs? Nobody cares about morphing. Do I play darts? I don't. My brother does. My brother's pretty good at darts. I think he's actually won the odd little tournament now and again. Only local ones, I think, but I don't have the coordination for it. But yeah, I'm surprised there aren't any darts games on the Mega Drive actually, because that's one thing that was being discussed the other day. The Mega Drive does not have a darts game. In fact, quite a few platforms don't have darts games. I know darts must have been a big thing in Europe too, because Gallico, the makers of World Rally, or Galco, they basically went on to making exclusively darts machines. They went from making, heavily protected games to making darts machines. One of them was partially dumped. They obviously rely quite heavily on. Get the fuel, oh dear. You know, fuel is bad. This game doesn't mix it up much, unfortunately. I think that's the one thing this could have done with is a bit more variety. Yeah, Tiger games were a bit of a fad. A pretty chill game, this one. But I'm not doing anything. I'm doing better than I usually do, but not amazing. I'm jumping things. But yeah, I think with a few extra enemy types, maybe some change of scenery. Good. Oh, thank you to Dave Spoons for following. If you're in the chat, feel free to say hello. And I bless you with a deserty beach blessing, Flat Q. Your dad plays darts. Yeah. I mean, it's some people will say it's not a real sport, but you still have to have, you know, some ability to actually aim. Some coordination, some balance. These are sporty things around that time. So yeah, I got to round 6. Midway has a dart game. Yeah, it's like there's a few arcade dart games. Not many of them hold up that well, but it's just not something I play that often. Darts games. Where shall we go next? We've got quite the list. There were no specific requests in the chat, were there? I didn't see any. So, yeah, let's go with what's under this one. Amstrad darts. Yeah, that one still locks up in MAME when you get to the end of it. I'm having cat tape. There's still a bug with Amstrad darts in MAME where at the end of the game it crashes. Willy Wino's Stagnant, or Mr. Wino as it's also called. Another Probe software game. I didn't realise this is Probe as well, but yeah, okay, you've had 3 Probe software games in a row. That's how it goes sometimes. Keys, left, right, up, down. Start game. So this is one of those single screen platform or multi-screen platformers where you've got to get the objects, but it's a well animated one. You've got to get your bottles of alcohol, I believe. You also have a quite strict time. The only issue is the enemy movement seems to be basically random, which means deaths don't always seem 100% fair. You have to be quite quick in your movements. But, let's get through the screen. Let's go up here. Obviously, he's quite heavily influenced by the likes of Manic Miner and Jet Set Willy, but I do like the big chunky sprites they've got going on, moving around. I think we have to go through the bit at the bottom from memory. No, we have to get this first. So we've got it's not pixel perfect collision, so you do have a little leeway. I think your nose is fair game. It's a good looking game from back in the day, this. I think they've done a really good job of the art. Visually kind of reminds me of another game, Bubble Ghost. It's probably one we should look at. I have looked at Bubble Ghost in the past. Oh, this is a pain, isn't it? Did you got to get both of them? Or did it fine? Did it fine? Willy looks like a mini Muppet. Oh, you bones for the lockets. Got a little munchy thing there to jump over. Lasers do not kill you. Yeah, Probe do have some good games. I think they lost their way a little bit in maybe the 16-bit era, which tarnished their reputation. There's some kind of bad ones. Where we got to go? I reckon we're going to have to go this way. Yeah, more to collect in this room. No music, but again, could use a little spot effects. Oh, we can get the worm. I was trying to avoid the worm. Interesting. We appear to have got a few too many sprites on the screen there. It doesn't like that. There we go. Come on. The Bruce Lee game is a very good game as well. That is one that I was considering looking at. Also, I could have done this the other way. I don't know. Now I've got to get past a very annoying telephone. Okay, I'm back again. Ow! This is a nasty one. And that's my lives up, so I don't complete level 2. But yeah, Willy, Wino, Stag Night by Nick Jones. A decent little game. But yeah, the Bruce Lee game is special. They could easily license this as Sesame Street. Not so sure about that one, GP. Not so sure about that one. I like to do trivia on these streams, don't I? What about a game where there are revisions with different music? Yeah. This is the game. Into the Eagle's Nest. This version is from the 30th of June, apparently. Bit of a Gauntlet clone. Having a drink to celebrate Willy Wino's Stag Night. So note the music. That was a pretty bad port, wasn't it, GP? It's a pub game. Pub game. So, mission 1 block. But note the music there, and also look at the status bar. Shows you ammo, keys, health, and everything else. We can go through a door. Now, the grey ones are doors, the other ones are just walls you can blow up. It's probably worth noting that. This game's also ridiculously hard. I should also note that. Oh yeah, don't shoot the dynamite because that's instant death. You think you played the C64 version? Yeah, I had this on the Spectrum, not the CPC. I think it came out on all the major systems. I also completed it back in the day, but I believe I completed the cheats on because it is ridiculously hard. You know, if limited ammo is not enough, your health drains really, really quickly. So you can shoot dynamite just like that without even wanting to. Are these boxes we can pick up now? So you have to be very careful. So that is, again, we don't want to shoot that because that's dynamite. If I shoot that, boom, I'm dead. So shoot you around the corner though. And a door key. Cool. My health is my health is right down. It's a door we could open. Look, everybody's swarming me. Right, shoot this way, shoot this way. Collect these, that's extra ammo. Get out of the way. I think one of the strategies is, make sure you actually run away. Don't just go too close. And so I've some first aid. Good. My health goes up as you die, which is kind of weird. So when it's 0, you're nice and healthy. When it's at 99, you're dead. Which I think it should probably be called damage. I wasted that key. I didn't need to use a key there. That might be a bad thing. I don't think it needs to be telling me every time I get a door key, but it does. Some ammo. Yes. It is a solid gauntlet-y type clone. So Castle Wolfenstein type thing. Just dynamite there. Don't want to be shooting too close to that again. As we discovered. Lots of dynamite down there. I've got no keys left. Oh. Yeah, when it gets to 50, you're dead. Not even 99. So it's pretty tricky. Again, note the music. This was actually pointed out by one of the people who run CPC Power, the website. There are 2 versions of this, so I did want to feature it as a result. This other version is from the 27th of November. Not the same tune. Yeah, Alien Breed is quite similar to, isn't it? Also, it only tells me my score. It doesn't seem to tell me how many keys I've got, which is kind of important. So I'm guessing this is probably an earlier version, because I don't know why they would take a display of the keys and stuff out, and even your health. I mean, I don't know how much health I've got right now, so I don't know if this is like pretty much a prototype version. There's the date on it's November, where the others is June, but I think this must be like November the year before. That's a lift pass. There's a lift down here, isn't there? So yeah, we can go to different floors. You see, we can go to the first floor. On the first floor. I think that's a one-use lift pass, yeah. So you use your lift pass the wrong time, you're in trouble. I'm dead. But I hadn't known where to know I was going to be dead because it doesn't tell you how much health you've got. It's this 633 Squadron theme tune. But I think this must be the earlier version. November must be the earlier version. Lazy. Did it put lady there because I didn't enter a proper name? Possibly. I don't know the story, but it does feel like this is less finished and the tune isn't as good, and maybe they didn't think they had permission to use it or something. I don't know. It's the same song that plays on the C64 1942. This version or the other version. Lazy had 7,000 points. I don't think I got 7,000 points today. Probably not. Probably not. Right, shall we have a look at a newer game again? We've not had to drag WinApe out that often, but I've not been playing all the ones that I know do fancy tricks. I mean, if I put Super Cauldron or something like that, it will also. In fact, let's show that. Let's show what Super Cauldron does. I think we'll load the tape version. So, screeny noise time again. A lot of CPC games were primarily on tape. So a lot of disc versions are unofficial conversions, although everybody converted them back in the day anyway. Some games did. What am I doing? Some games did come out on both. More so, I mean, the Spectrum didn't get many games on disc. The CPC did get a decent library on disc, but especially budget games, a lot of them were tape only. This, I think, was on both. But look, already you see a problem. It's in monitor synchronization. Please use the cursor keys to indicate the position of the flashing bar, left or right. Both are flashing. Standard version. That's the game. Super Cauldron was also an Amiga game, yeah. So 1992. Press space, and I think this is probably meant to display something it doesn't. But you press space again, it loads the level. It's a tape version of this way. Oh no, okay, all reasonably good. Scrolls up and down nice and smoothly, and appears to work. But then, oh, okay. What just happened? Yeah. Again, it's trying to do scroll effects, and MAME is not happy with it. Yeah. You see the problem here. So let's not play Super Cauldron in MAME. I mean, it looks almost like a 16-bit game, and yeah. Let's actually grab. Hold on. Let's see if we've got an image that will work with WinApe actually. Shall we stick with the tape version? I think we should stick with the tape version. Just in WinApe. So hold on. Right, how do I do tapes? Tape. Insert tape image. Oh yeah, I've got to change the capture for WinApe. There we go. This is where using an emulator I'm not used to using is a bit weird. I'm playing the tape. Can I speed it up? High speed. It flashes on both sides here too. Interesting. So maybe that's not a problem. Maybe that's just trying to find out your overscan area. Normal speed. See, now that's what was meant to display before when it didn't display this at all. Reset tape counter to 0. So let's just move this out of the way. Let's load this off the tape. I bet I have to manually stop the tape as well, don't I? Or maybe I should just pick the disc version so it's easy to load. Oh, there we go. It's still on turbo speed though. Let's put it back down to normal speed. So, yeah. In a proper CPC emulator like WinApe, this game does have lovely, smooth scrolling. I don't know if I can kill these things even. I can. There we go. I mean, it's questionable how good the game is. Yeah, you hold down fire to go further. Again, it's a shame I can't run this one in MAME because it is one of those really good examples of a CPC game. How many shots do these take? I guess you're just not meant to kill them, are you? You're just meant to avoid them. You know, it's showing that the hardware could do some quite nice scrolling, really. Gameplay, questionable. Wow, you can actually jump off the bridge into your death. Right. Lovely. So I don't think it plays the best, but on a technical level, it's very cute. He's saying somebody ripped the music from the Amiga version. Yeah, I mean, they're trying to do an Amiga version, even down to the the background there. They're trying to do a rainbow effect, background rainbow effect, but I'm going to go through a door here. I think I probably am. I don't know how even. I don't know. I just died instead. I've never enjoyed playing the game, unfortunately. As you can probably tell, it's a little awkward. So I don't even know how to go to a door at the moment, which is probably embarrassing. I must be able to go through this, unless I need... Yeah, there we go. Loading again. Okay. This is why we should probably play the disc version. Yeah, next area. Unfortunately, yeah, with these 8-bit computers, multi-load was very much a thing for larger games if you were on the tapes, and I didn't get very far there before game over. But this is obviously doing all sorts of mode trick things. This will be changing the CRTC start registers mid-frame to repeat the game over, which is why you saw the screen desync a little bit for a little while. And those tricks just don't work properly in MAME, which is, again, why, even if this is a sort of back in the day, very late release, but still a back in the day game from, like, was it 92, 93? It doesn't work properly in MAME because those tricks, as soon as you try and do those tricks, MAME just goes, no, not letting you do that. Which is a shame. Let's go for a new one. Now, as I said at the time, the CPC got a pretty bad port of R-Type back in the day, but in 2012 somebody did a newer version of it. Now, this is one of those interesting ones that somehow, when you type cat to catalogue the disk, it hijacks that. Sorry, I've got to change the view back. So when you so I'll restart this one. This is the problem with trying to stream two different emulators. So cat is meant to bring a catalogue of what's on the disk, the list of files. But when you type cat on this game, it kind of hijacks that command to display the high score table, which it does save to the disk. And then it also tells you to type run disk to load the game. Always kind of funky when they do that type of thing. Yeah, but it does seem a bit more like a SNES game. I mean, it showed that the CPC could pull off some nice tricks if programmed properly, but the game did suffer. Easter egg. This is the modern version of R-Type. It's got a nice little intro. It looks better than the official version. It's definitely better than the official port, but this intro is quite special. The CPC. You didn't really get this very often. Look at that title screen too. Okay, let's press a button. It's a nice tune, but we're not here to sit and listen to the music. Sounds like Powermonger. I had that on the Amiga, not the Genesis. So this has got an Easter egg where if you press, I think, a certain key, you can get extra credits. I don't know when. Like I don't know. I think there's a bunch of Easter eggs in this. I don't know how to trigger them. Anyway, so start game. Yeah, I mean, this version's obviously got higher requirements than the original release, because the original release would run on a stock machine. This is at least requires a disk drive and 128k memory. Pardon me? It's still not perfect. Still a little slow, a little everything moves in kind of character chunks up and down. I think with the programming techniques they're using now on the CPC, this could be even better. But again, this is, I think, 2012 I said. So the techniques they use on these CPC games have kind of come a long way even in that time. But still, it's a good looking version of the game. It's plays pretty well. It's fast in terms of character movement, sprite movement. It's hard. I mean, the game always was. Pretty challenging game. Oh, got from behind. Yeah, I'm not doing very well at the moment. Pac-Man music on the Genesis is awesome. I don't even remember having music. I guess because it's such a serious game, I just don't think of it as a musical thing. I think there was a bit of a war theme, but maybe that's just... Just imagine that. I never got anywhere in the game. Even on the Amiga, I think I completed like 2 scenarios, 2 levels, and went, what am I doing in this game? Just losing over and over again. But yes, because you move in chunks, it does still feel a little bit claustrophobic. I'm making the game, not really showing you through the game, but it does have, I think, all the bosses and everything else. So we are already over 3 hours. Don't know how much longer we're going to be doing this stream. I think there will have to be a part 2 for Amstrad games, because there are so many of them. We'll keep doing it for a little bit longer though. Oh, wow. oh. This is one of those games where I practiced it earlier and I got a lot further than this. I don't know. I can really get to grips with the pacing. I don't want to do that. This little bottleneck here is one of the nasty, really tricky parts of the game from back in the day. Just force you down that very narrow passage. The background fades in. Obviously, the C64 shooters put this to shame, but with CPC, yeah. They put effort into the presentation. And there's only so much you can do if you want like full colour backgrounds and everything else. Get your weapons, you see. It's music and sound effects. I mean, it's easier than the arcade in the sense that it's slower. And once you get the hang of it, you know, you can get quite far. Especially once you're powered up. Like a lot of these shooters, when you've got no power-ups, it's that's when you're really panicking. Once you've got them, and you can keep them, a little more favourable. I don't know why I did that though. Don't really want my pod all the way like that. Well, maybe I do. Bigger pod now on this. Yeah, the original version was developed by Software Studios. This is the newer version. The original version is just a Spectrum port, and it looks like a Spectrum port. Oh, I just crashed into the wall, didn't I? That was stupid. How if I was sent back a signal? Yeah, that's a new version. I guess we will. I can show the original version briefly. It's not as impressive. Okay. See if this version works. I've lost my mouse. I completely lost. There we go. Nope. So, no, I don't want to cheat. I don't want infinite lives. I want infinite credits. I'll start on level 1, thank you. Cracked versions of games. They're good if you want to show. So, yeah, this is your intro. Nothing really of note. Don't know how to start the game. So, oh, it's still loading. Whatever. Escape to define keys. Fire to play. Whatever. So, no music. full colour graphics. It's a port of the Spectrum version, basically, and the Spectrum version was a lot more colourful. Still a playable game. Yeah, this is ported from the Spectrum. It's not got the music. It loses a lot of the mood. It's still not a bad game. I mean, the Spectrum version was very enjoyable, but it's just a downgraded Spectrum port, and the CPC had so many of those. So that new version that was done, I think it was still based on a lot of this code. I don't think they rewrote the game. I think they did take this code from this version and spruce it up a bit, you know, make it a better version. But yeah, this was how it came out back in the day on the Amstrad, and it's just not as impressive by a long shot. Yeah, a lot of games didn't have music. Well, we've not even done any of the Roland games, but what do we want to do? I think this one's another one that doesn't work in MAME. Another recent one. I think it starts to work. This is the recent port of Alcon, aka Slapfight. The team behind this are working on an updated version that will run even better than this, because this has a few frame rate issues. But I'm pretty sure this crashes early on. You'll be back, okay. See you in a bit, Vimana. So we'll watch the intro, at least. I think as soon as I start playing this, it will crash in MAME. The year is 2020. Again, they've added an intro, which is something people do these days. Good luck. So yes, press fire to play. Bigger the pad? It appears to be. So it seems to start okay, but we'll see what happens. It could have been fixed since I last tried to play it in MAME, the emulation, but I don't think it has been. I've got to get to the point where it crashes first. Now, if you've got a sound expansion card which adds an extra AY chip, you can have music and sound effects at the same time in this one. MAME doesn't emulate that though, which the bullets are a little tricky to see. So let's keep playing with it. So when did it crash? If it still crashes. Did it still crash? Maybe it was fixed. I don't know. What killed me? It'd be interesting if it has been fixed, because I don't recall any specific fix being made for it. You can see, apart from the frame rate being a bit dodgy and the bullets being kind of hard to see, this is a really solid port of a slap pipe. There we go. It crashes there. So yeah, for some reason, whatever I think scroll trick they're using or something causes the game to crash in MAME at that point. So this is again where we go to the MAME kinda sucks for CPC. Let's grab WinApe. So we can actually play that a little bit more, although I might not get much further than that anyway. This is a cartridge. The original music of Alcon Slap Pipe was done by Masahiro Yugi. Yeah, I think this must at least take some influence from the original music code sequencing. I mean, that was an AY2, wasn't it, on the hardware? So, here we go. Let's try playing it. So it shouldn't crash in WinApe like it did in MAME there. I don't know what my use power button is though. It doesn't appear to have one configured, which is a bit of a problem. Hold on. Input. Fire. With numlock off? What? I don't know how this works, sorry. Okay, so I can potentially play... Okay. So it's like super awkward. Can't get WinApe to let me redefine the controls on my pad. Weird. This is something I should have checked earlier. So I've got more buttons on my pad, but it's not recognizing them. And the input menu. This is where MAME does excel over things like WinApe. And this is. I guess I could use that as fine. Okay, let's try and use it like that. It's going to be very awkward, but hey Peter, welcome. I'm not sure there's too much of this left. Now I've got no sound. What has happened here? Welcome to technical difficulties. Apparently we've lost the sound. Okay, there we go. Let's see if this works. I can't get WinApe to recognise two buttons on the controller, so I'm going to try and use a key as well at the same time. So, wish me luck. That did not work either. Tell you what, let's just acknowledge the fact that this won't crash in WinApe and play a different game, because configuring the pad in WinApe is not going well. I've been playing Final Fantasy 16. Just about to hit bed. I mean, I think Final Fantasy 16 is one of those games that will sap your time away quickly without you realising it, so I don't blame you if it's worn you out and you want to go to bed. But yeah, I've not played it yet. I've been playing lots and lots of other games. I've been playing a lot of Tunic myself. That's a pretty good new one. Bit ugly on the Switch, but a nice game. So, we don't need to do WinApe anymore. Let's change to this. Let's change to that and have a look at. Ooh. Old or new, old or new, old or new. Yeah, let's go with a classic. So, which set name do I want to say? Yeah, Navy Move, don't know the Spanish set. Loading noises will commence shortly. Navy Move second part? No, we don't want the second part. Wrong. Why am I unsure? I think the cassette parts have swapped. Try the first part. Lots of these dynamic games had two entirely different games where you get a password at the end of the first game to get the second game. Psychedelic Loader. Yeah, I mean, the CPC could have probably done with a bit more hardware support for sprites and things like that. And I don't mind the sound. I mean, I really like the AY tunes. Maybe it could have done with the say extra beep like the Spectrum has to mix things up a bit, but some beautiful tunes. So this is a game where everybody hates this mine section, because you just got to try and jump over these mines, and if you touch them even slightly, you blow up. To me though, as a kid, this was the most realistic water I had ever seen in a game. This mesmerised me. It's like, that's amazing water. Yeah, this is... I could do this as a kid. Quite easily in the end, because I played so blooming often. But now, you see, I'm dying repeatedly. You know when you're a kid and you really want to get somewhere in a game, and you know it's just a case of timing all these jumps properly. You put in all the effort to try and time them. Jump over these mines. You get checkpoint. Would have helped if I hadn't lost most of my lives before the checkpoint, but yeah. Moon patrol in the ocean, yes. Without any, well, with some shooting, in fact, yes. As we will see when it starts to actually get tricky. Not shooting up though, as far as I know. You have to hold backwards as well to not just. Yes, this is my last life already. And this is like only the first section before it even gets tricky. This is just to learn how to jump over the mines part. Let's try again. I tried the Ghosts and Goblins remake. I've tried the GX4000 one before. I think it was only a demo. I think there was a second one too. I know there were multiple ones. I've not tried it on this stream. I don't know what's publicly available. Oh. You're back again. Well, it's probably not going to be too much more stream tonight, Romana. But, especially not if I'm doing this by the Navy moves. There was also Army moves, which again has a first state that is very pro-like. The key is the back of your boat doesn't really collide as much with them as the front of your boat. So you can go backwards towards them a lot more than you go forwards towards them, which doesn't really make sense, but is the key to not just dying. except there when, obviously. You've basically got to land in exactly the right position on that jump, otherwise you are toast. That's why it's a tricky jump. I don't know how I managed this as a kid. Maybe I had infinite lives. I think I just took it in turns with a friend though, and eventually we just got good at it. It is very difficult, yes, Nick. It's a Spanish game. Spanish games are difficult. Anything by Dynamic is typically going to be ridiculously difficult. Good looking. Same with like Topo Soft. There were quite a lot of them. So that first section's easy. Once you get the hang of it, that first section is easy. It's this section, you've just got much tighter jumps on. There we go, that section not too bad this time. This is where we start getting other boats to get these guys here. You've suddenly not got mines to worry about. Well, you have, but you've also got, you know, these guys. Yeah, if you let them get too close, that happens. Nope, got too close. I don't think it's based on the movie. It's just there's like army moves and navy moves. There's a themed games really. Yeah, if you say if the boats hit you, it's not easy. It's funny because the missile takes out the boat in front of you too. But there's quite a lot of delay on your shot, so it might look like you should be able to just quickly launch a bullet at the sky, but you can't, honestly. You have to kind of settle in the water to get the shot off. So I don't think we're going to get past this section. It's tough. Yeah, we looked at R-Type a bit ago, and the new version, Carlo. Well, not, I'd say new, it's like 10 years old now, right? Come on. I just keep driving into the other boats, which does not help. I don't think you can even jump. Anyway, navy moves. I used to be better at that. It's kind of tricky now. Right. New game time? Newer game time? Yeah, let's do a newer game. This one is from 2020. The source code to this game is available, in fact, if you want to study it. This is Misinput 2. Yeah, some of these games are really expensive now, Mick. Change the palette. Look, it's got accessibility options. So you can tell it's a new game. They want controls. Right, left, jump. That'll do. Single player. Get to the exit. Level complete. So yes, it's a bit of a Meat Boy style game. This was a CPC Retro Dev competition entry. As I think maybe it was one of the other games I looked at. I can't remember at this point. The potions are bonus things that are a bit tricky to get to. You can just get to the exit without getting them. So I can ignore that one over there, but I just want to try and get past the levels. Yeah, it's a bit of an unofficial Super Meat Boy type game, Adam. I mean, it was a popular genre to try and copy at the time. And this did a pretty good job of it. Oh. So, I'm not going for the higher scoring bonus items. We're currently on 3.5 hours. I'm gonna say this is gonna be a 4-hour stream, so got about another half an hour left, and then we'll see. I mean, there's obviously plenty more games to do, so I'll probably try and schedule the part 2 for this at some point. Oh, at some point. Platforming with tight controls. You do have to press the button in time, though. Don't do what I did there and just run off without pressing the button in time. You rage a lot. I think that's the point of these games, isn't it, though? They are kind of ragey games. Oh dear, I died again. The dying can send you back a level. Well, the checkpoint's there, so, you know, because I didn't get to another checkpoint, I've actually gone back a screen. I just got my physical copy of They Bleed Pixels on the Switch, which again is another precision platformer. How do we do this? It's just a precision for yeah, it is. Just tappy 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 on the jump. That's a bit tricky to get to. Let's just get to the exit. Yeah, very hard. I kind of like this type of game, though. I mean, I really love Celeste, which is, again, a very tricky platformer. I'm not great at them, but the good ones, you just really get into a rhythm when you're playing them. If they've got quick respawns, I got trapped, then it works really well. Then you play some of them, it's like, they kind of miss that being one of the key features, and you've got long reloads every time you die, and that doesn't work. Any game like this has got to be quick when you die. So you've got these new elements here which give you an extra little boost in the air if you jump at the right point. Which I'm going to hit them as well, though, of course. Ooh. It's ooh, something tricky. You've got to get the timer right. Luckily there isn't a timer counting down on this. There we go. Rage against the machine. Compared to the Spectrum, the Amstrad frame rates tended to be worse because you've got to write a lot more data to draw the screen. Unlike, you know, the Spectrum, as I said earlier, is basically one bit per pixel frame buffer, whereas the CPC isn't. The CPC in this mode, it's 2 bits per frame pixel. In the high resolution, the mode 0, the low resolution high color mode, it's 4 bits per pixel, and that's a lot more data to be writing. This is this is a very precise timing requirement. Okay, that'll do. So this, you know, the Z80 is about the same speed as the Spectrum. Not on the ceiling, on the ground. But it's got to do more work, and so a badly optimized game to get the same thing on the screen as a Spectrum, it's, you know, it has to do a lot more. No, snowing tends to be when you change, well, write to certain registers during the active display area that corrupt the display for a few pixels. So it looks like snow. It tends to be an unwanted effect, but there is the odd game that uses it intentionally. So yeah, so this one suddenly we've got to got to aim at these things. Now you see how tricky it's gonna get. Gotta yeah. Ooh. Nightmare. No! Oh, I needed to grab onto the wall afterwards, didn't I? I see what you're doing here. You're giving multiple... elements to contend. Now we've got other things moving on. You get the idea anyway. It's a very nice little 8-bit precision platformer from recent years. Now, let's go to an older precision platformer which was not so nice. This one drove me mad as a kid, absolutely mad. Yeah, I would say the C64 was a better hardware design. Apart from maybe the CPU, which I've never been a fan of, but in terms of the rest of the hardware, yeah. Ghouls by Micro Power. Oh dear. This is one that brings rage against many machines. ZX Shift. Did my jump wrong? Look, this is what I mean. When games like this have slow respawns, it's even worse. Pac-Man with legs. Yes, Pac-Man with legs. And this double jump sometimes when you don't want it to. It's a precision platformer with terrible controls. But yeah, it's side on Pac-Man. Pac-Man today has legs. Pac-Man then didn't. The end. Now, back in the day, I think I got off the first level once. I got to about level 3 in later years. But it might not look too bad, but if you hold shift, the jump button, for slightly longer than you have to, you will double jump. And you don't want to. Then you've also got the ghosts to contend with. Got terrible collision detection. This is not an official Pac-Man game. It's like, oh yeah, let's just like make it look a lot like Pac-Man and have a Pac-Man character. Again, see, I didn't even touch those spikes. I just was near them. And I double jumped off the platform because I held shift for slightly too long. And the ghost doesn't even start in the same position. Look, the ghost is now really close to me, which is bad. The ghost doesn't reset, so You know, even if I get up there now, it's not going to work because the ghost is in my way. There are a few games that, yeah, that just make me want to just throw the keyboard or the computer at the time. This was one of them. Precision platforming done wrong. After the previous game got it so right. So yeah, I'm not playing this anymore. It's bad. It doesn't maybe come across as just how bad it is, but it's bad. It's really bad. I've not played any isometric games like Batman, but I think I might save those for another stream. We've got about 20 minutes. Let's stick with platforming. And have a look at another recent one. Not so much precision platforming, but still really good fun. Cybernode. We can do Cybernode in a bit, yeah. This is This is the Brush Brothers. This is a recent one from this year. Don't care. So this one is a colour in the floor game. So maybe not the best looking graphically, very small sprites, but they do a good job. It's got some jolly little tunes too. So yeah, a bit City Connection. You can air jump in this as well. You can jump and fall down and jump in the air, which I'm not doing a very good job of demonstrating. I think this is one of those where I guess they didn't have a good artist, but still wanted to make a game. And you know, not having a super artist doesn't really stop you these days. Yeah, I mean, City Connection, you can't really stop moving, but in this one you can. There are other games with this paint the floor mechanic. Mr. Blobby on the Amiga was one for some reason. But it's got some cute little tunes, and some of the levels get quite puzzly in the end too. You have to know how the character moves and how to navigate the platforms. You can't jump through the grey ones. This isn't so much precision platforming like the last two, it's more just platforming. You heard the Project Diva F song. Tiny Hudson Hawk was a good game too, actually. Run. Running is what I'm doing. My monitor's gone off. My monitor. turn back on. So I think you know, you can try and get better times and better scores. For some reason I remember this having more music. Unless I've got like a demo version here. I ran out of time though. Run is the name of the level, yes. Because you don't have much time, so if you don't run, it you know, you're going to fail the level. Here you say, you can't jump through the grey ones, you have to plan it around. And you've got this whole sky here, woo. It's quite tricky because the movement is very floaty. It's clearly intentional, but it means it's not as easy to control as you might think it is. Almost like you fly a little bit. You have momentum going from side to side when you're in the air. There we go. Got that one. And I've got to try and get these before the time runs out. I'm lost another life. Oh, I'm doing quite badly. Oh, there we go. Game over. The Amstrad CPC Bruce Lee was pretty good. I liked it. I mean, maybe the C64 version was technically better, but it's still a very, very playable game on the the CPC. But yeah, this was a fun little homebrew from like this year. Not as visually as pleasing as some of the other recent games, but playable and fun. Slightly floaty controls, but that's the style the game was going for. Okay. Let's see if this loads. Here's a game that's kind of important for less obvious reasons. On me. This is Carlos Sainz. 1990 Ziggurat. A Spanish rally game. Controls, redefine, accelerate. I don't know what I just defined the controls as. Controls, joystick. I think, is this race? No, yes, maybe. Okay. Yes, it's got a slight frame rate issue. But as I say, this is quite an important game. Because Ziggurat is the same company that developed World Rally for Gallico. So in some senses, this is the prequel to World Rally, which was also going to be a Carlos Sainz game. So before they made the World Rally arcade, they did this. Which is a similar perspective. So the same driver license and a rally game. They did it for they did it for a few systems. I think you get this on DOS too. The frame rate's a little bit dodgy in all the versions. But it's interesting to see that, you know, Ziggurat went from doing this to doing World Rally, the arcade game for Gallico. Yeah, the prequel to World Rally, basically. They did have a few other racing games. I think they like their racing games, but in terms of a very direct connection to World Rally, this is the one. Obviously, doesn't handle much like it, but in the space of like what 2-3 years, yeah. I mean that's the thing. You look at these 8-bit Spanish games, and you can find connections to the arcade games, the developers. There's another one that's developed by Zeussoft, and Zeussoft are the ones that did a biomechanical toy for Gallico. So, you know, a lot of those programmers and teams and studios, you know, they did the work on these systems before they did those arcade games. Yeah, Ziggurat were a home developer, and you know, did, because Gallico were basically a publisher. I think they did have some of their own team, but they did publish other people's work and work with other people externally, and Ziggurat were one of those teams. So yeah, it's not a patch on World Rally, obviously, but so you could consider it a bit of that game's history. It's what the company did. It's what they made their name doing. Yeah, it's a shame World Rally itself didn't end up with the license, but so it is. I'm not going to play this one too much more because it's not the most playable. I just wanted to highlight it. I can't remember which one was the Zeussoft one. I might have to fire up a random Spanish game and hope it was the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, you see the frame rate's bad, the handling. I think it's more serious handling. You're actually meant to slow down for the corners or position yourself properly. I don't know. But yeah, scroll's rough. The thing is, the CPC does not have proper hardware scrolling, especially not if you want to border around both sides of the screen, because you can't even use offset tricks on the CRTC, because that would change the position of everything. So this is a software scroll. Yeah, Gallico was formed to form and tech-free employees, and they work with other Spanish companies like Ziggurat, Zeussoft, and everybody else to make games. That's why a lot of those arcade games do have other logos. I mean, Biomechanical Toy doesn't even have their Gallico listed as a on the screen. It's entirely Zeus, but we know it's a Gallico board, and they published it. I'm spinning out of control. Let's get back onto some sort of road. I think we are not going to be making any qualifying times here, that's for sure. Oh dear. This is why I don't drive. So, when's it going to kick me out for being terrible? Go, faster, 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 faster. Oh dear. Tiny animated birds. Yeah, they could have probably done without the tiny animated birds. It might have helped the frame rate. I think they were trying a bit too much. CPC was never going to really cope with this. I think the DOS version's got enough frame rate problems. Shortcut. I'm not sure that's a legal shortcut, but what did I fail for last time? Did I just run out of time? Oh no, I crossed the finish line. Something happened to. There's a little post there, I think. Yeah. So, yeah, Carlos Saints. That's the reason he didn't return for World Rally. Silently judging me. Yes, I think my cornering deserved some judgment. Okay, yeah, let's randomly pull up another Spanish game. I don't know who developed this one. What actually is hardware scrolling when you just change your hardware register to scroll rather than having to redraw everything on the tile map? Well, it doesn't like this disc unless it's a CPM disc. It is. Dynamic present this game, yes, graphics. Copyright Zeus. Yeah, this is another game by Zeus, the ones who did Biomechanical Toy. Is that joystick? I don't know. So let's go there. No, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm blowing stuff up. Which is probably not the entire goal of this game. The Amstrad does have very vibrant colours, yes. It's one of the things that really makes it stand out over the spec in the C64. And there's probably a goal for this level. Because it gave me the choice of which planet I want to go to. Then it only seemed to let me select one. And this one actually has really smooth scrolling. You expect Spanish games to look pretty, but tend to scroll quite badly. This one they've managed to get it to scroll well too, which is impressive. On a bouncing clock, that's bound to be extra time, isn't it? So without knowing what I'm doing, I'm just blasting stuff. So yeah, so the Zeusoft did Biomechanical Toy Arcade. And this appears to be one of their earlier works. Something changed in the box up there. Don't know if that's significant. Okay, I've got what? I don't know what this is. I'm probably meant to put something in here if I've collected it. Guess I don't have whatever I need to use there. Unfortunately, being a Spanish game, the instructions are in Spanish. Ooh. There's something else to go on? No. I've got a white one now, maybe that's what I need. I'm building up more of these. This seems important, but that's extra power though. Asks if I'm a tank. I mean, I appear to be a tank. This is that thing again. Is it not? No. So this one I can't use. No, this one doesn't let me go in it. Now I've got a full bar of these things though, which is interesting. The other one that had a lightning picture in the corner, these ones aren't, so... Now they're pushing the other ones out of the way though, so I don't quite get it. There's obviously got to be something else I'm missing here. Yeah, the tank is me there. I mean, oh, I can go in this one. Oh, I can put red, then I can put green, then I can put that. Okay. That's doing something? Okay, maybe there's like multiple ones of those. Yeah, I think the numbers along the bottom. There's a load of numbers along the bottom, and now one of them's green at the top. So I guess, yeah, I have to find the right things to put in these. I'm imagining because I think I'm along the 5 now. So probably to complete the level, I have to find all the power ups and put them in here before my time runs out. Looking at it because there's a time. There's still the time counting down. So it's collect the things and use them in the right place. Unless like the 2 that's already green is, I don't know. The time it is ticking. Is it a bomb? Have I set a bomb up? Is this what I've done? Looks like Blaster Master. It does a bit, doesn't it? I've been playing the new Blaster Master, in fact. So this seems to be 2. Just where 2 is, you've got this thing with a thruster on. So that must also be significant. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, there's probably a good game here. I just don't know how to play. I died. Because there seem to be like at least 3 planets. Oh, I've come back to life. Death is not permanent. That surprises me. I've got a good selection of these things again. So I can go into any of these, and again I can select red, green, that and tank. And yeah, now I've done 2 of them along the bottom. I don't know. It does feel a little cryptic, but that's probably because I've not read the manual. It looks gorgeous though, and it scrolls really well. Anyway, we are over 4 hours now though, so this is going to have to be the last of the games. So this is where this 2 thing is. It's like I can't land on it. I can't seem to land on it. So I'm assuming you've got to do something, then go here and take off. Pressing down, it makes me bounce off it. If I press down, it seems to be rejecting me because it makes me bounce off it. I don't know. Anyway, it's a nice little looking game, Comando Tracer, but I wish I knew what I was doing in it. Yeah, I mean, static background is still... You still got to redraw the background when the sprites move, so it's not super simple, but it does make it a bit easier. Anyway, that was an Amstrad CPC stream using MAME and WinApe. Didn't have to resort to WinApe too often, but it's more the modern stuff or anything using fancy scrolling that you have to. The software scrolls and the easier hardware scrolls tend to be okay. There's a ton more CPC games I'd like to cover, so I don't think this is going to be the only dedicated CPC stream, but say for now it is. It's gone midnight. It's a 4-hour stream. But I'd like to thank everybody who's been here and watching. I do appreciate it. It makes a change for me to do a stream that is dedicated to an older system that's not arcade stuff at all. I've done them before. As I said, I've done Dragon 32 before. I've done Spectrum 4. I'd like to do another Spectrum one. There were some suggestions like Sharp MZ700 and the Texas Instruments TI 99 consoles, which would also be really good to do. I'd have to research those a bit more. I know Spectrum and I know CPC, and I've enjoyed it. I did originally want to do this stream last night because Xyphoe is on holiday, and I thought, I'd fill in, do the substitute Amstream, which is why I was preparing, but last night I was too tired, so that's why it's today. But yes, thank you everybody. I've really appreciated all the chat, and I hope you're all doing well and you enjoy the rest of your evening or day or night or whatever time it is where you are. Yeah, MSX would be nice too. Yes, MSX would be nice too. So yes, thank you to you all, and I see there's a few people saying thank you right now, so I do appreciate it. The lurking is good too. So thank you, Alpha, Vimana, Aussie Guy, Atom, Mick Macarak, Carlo, Leviathan, Eternal. Everybody who's been here and chatting. Okay. We had Boeing Zoom as well. I think that was your only comment I saw. So sorry for missing the username. Not a common one that I've seen here before. So I hope you're doing well too. And it's good to see new names in the chat as well, even if I don't always notice them at the time and just read the comments. So yeah, thank you to everybody. It's been really good, and I will catch you on the next one hopefully.